Before you do that, Nox, just know that I do have a tendency to nibble. Sometimes more aggressively than others. I just wanted you to know that. Now, I don't know if you're cut or not cut, but if you're not cut, then it's gonna look a lot like, you know, fish picking away at... Anyways, welcome on into some Final Fantasy VI, everybody. No sketch, because it is definitely the best category that this game has to offer. And so that's what we will be doing. Because if there's one thing we know, faster run mean better run. Haha. Glitchless have nothing on this. Please let today be the day we just get this 227 and we go about our lives. Please. Well, I did that to try and prevent the attack, but here we are. Morning to you all as well. I know, local man, and we were so close too. We were like maybe halfway through FF4. I'm actually really mad about that FF4 run. I'm pretty sure I give you your points back though. I'm pretty sure. Right. Wait, I actually, okay, that I actually have to like do that today. What's with these garbage ATBs these days, dude? Bruh! We're not making it out an arch today. I say this because if you're out of this fight at like 218, it's slow. This is not sub 404ing. We'll push it through, but I'm just telling y'all. All right, the only way that this goes somewhat okay is if we get ahead of Welk's first turn. When I play this run, I mean this in the nicest way possible. I hate you. My favorite kind of jam. I've always been like a punk rock, punk alternative kind of guy, but I mean, always can be down to clown for some like classic rock too. The other true answer is strawberry rhubarb. Honky, cause I'm white? That's, oh sorry, I was gonna say that's racist, but it can't be cause again, I'm white. All right, well, good first attempt. Oh my goodness, you're already 2 attempts in, but it's only been 8 minutes. You know what the problem was is I didn't check my own luck. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. Excellent. We had a run called that near. It was called No Sketch. And what you did back in the day was you would get onto the blackjack and the hookers would be IAF. I want to make sure before I start spewing stuff. Oh, okay, this is not really. I always thought honky just came from because okay. I always thought it came from lots of white people are into country music. And in country music, there's a lot of honky tonk shenanigans. And so I thought honky was just short of that. For real, I'm not even like this is me being legit. I thought that's kind of where it came from. Jinx. Wait, is there actually someone named Honky Tonk Man? Hang on. Honky Tonk Man. I hate being white. You ever just look at something and be like, Jesus died for this? Who? The Honky Tonk Man. I'm not, no, okay, maybe you're, okay, I said Jesus died for this. This was after me looking at the Honky Tonk Man. I'm not saying the Honky Tonk Man is Jesus. He is far from. He makes me want to put him into the anyways. Hey Tony, how's it going, bud? Welcome to some super fun Final Fantasy 6 any percent no sketch. Must be a Monday. Is it? working a 10 and 4 shift and then having 18 days off. I have no idea what. I know that it's the 22nd and I know how many days I have left before I have to go back to work, but I don't know what day it actually is. All right, so we've got our one bad Narsh out of the way. It's gonna be clear sailing for the rest of this. I'm confident in that. For this particular fight, you need to make sure that the Lobo is not the last enemy to kill, because if you do that, he has the no run flag, which means you would not be able to run away. Losing motivate. Yup, that was me last week. It was rough. I had to like trick myself into thinking that what we were doing was fun and we were getting into it. I griefed you out of all of your points. What is it because of yesterday? Okay, local man, this is what you do. You come over to Daddy Dude's house. He'll take good care of you. You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, Near, but what do you do where you never get to have time off? Is this why you're so angry and you need to take your frustration out in the world by making runs like No Sketch what it is? By streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 23rd? Yes. Tomorrow will be another not finishing FF4 after being ahead multi-minutes. 24th will probably be No Sketch. Assuming that this run does it. If this run PBs into the 227, frick it, I'll just do Worlds Collide on the 24th because I'm only going till noon anyways. I don't care. I don't want to do this more than I need to. I've been doing this in the evenings and then just getting dicked anyways. Last night was brought to you by 2 sets of numb spines on a Cyan who would just refuse to die despite the fact that he is completely naked in the trench. And that was just the awesomest thing to watch, to witness. It was great. We are gonna need this one to be like 55-ish. Yeah, I can't be mad about damage roll. This is actually pretty quick. I mean, it would have been like a low 350, but making like generators that would be okay. Maybe I'm not following. I'm like, when I hear like big money generate, oh, okay. I was thinking like electrical generators, but you're probably talking more about like generators of the big money. So what I get out of this is Nirim is one of the 1%ers. That's what I'm taking away from this. No, I just want to make sure you weren't talking about like, I was like, why are tech companies working on making generators? Like, I work on generators. And I thought there was a connect there. And then I was like, no, I need to reread that. That's pretty much all I was getting at with that. I don't know, maybe they're working on wireless generators. I don't know. Old school, I'm gonna be completely honest. 80 to 90% of your emote ideas are subpar at best. I'm sorry. It's time to get back in the I don't know, I've been seeing you today, Shuck, and I think you're sick. You don't seem well. That's it. We already have a gal one. It's this one. I came down easier than I was going to. Did I slip my tongue into... No, I didn't. Is that what I'm not doing properly? Oh, maybe I did. No, wait. Oh, I cursed it now. I'm not gonna say what I cursed, but if it happens, I'll let you know. If it happens, I'm gonna... anyways. We'll find out. The thing that I always look at for an emote is why would I, like, I don't, it needs to have like a meaning or a purpose. Oh good, we didn't get pincered. That's what I was thinking about. This is the only fight that you can get pincered in this walk, and it's like a good like 20-second loss. Okay, I'm going to rephrase this a little bit. Needs to have a meaning or a purpose for the ones that aren't the free emotes via extensions. You know what's one that I keep thinking Nox would use a whole lot more but never actually does? Maybe because Nox doesn't know this one exists? This one. There are enemies called Doberman. Oh wait, we're talking about the same. Oh no, we're not. Hang on. Oh, but we don't see those in this run. I'm pretty sure the enemies that we have in the basement of South Figaro is called Doberman, and we do get pincer. That's one of the ones that usually pincers us.
B-Dude, I want you to join me in this body heat trapping cocoon I built out of blankets.
I don't know, Satara. It sounds kind of stanky. Maybe Doberman isn't the. I might be getting it mixed up with PR. It happens more often than I like to admit. If it helps Nirm, I also have to work. Well, I guess I'm not working over Christmas. I told him I'm not working over Christmas. You don't enjoy the style so much. Okay, fair enough. But I also work 12-hour days. Do you get to be home during your 12-hour days at least? I'm trying to find a positive here. Have to leave. Bye. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Wait, if you do tech stuff, maybe that means sometimes you even get to work at home. Your cat is laying in the bowl that is empty or in the bowl that was filled? I'm gonna be really surprised if the cat's just laying in the water, but I don't know, maybe I learned. I wanna make sure I have this right. I'm pretty sure that I learned, I'm gonna say I'm pretty sure because maybe I'm just dumb, that cats have webbed paws to help them swim. Everything in the British Museum is from treasure. Yeah, they didn't steal it. They hunted that treasure down. It was easy, you know, just, excuse me, boys, we're just gonna take this back to the homeland to teach us about other countries. Hopefully you don't mind we take it. Ah, crap. Well, this was almost a good split. We're not gonna... Can you crit? I would love for you to crit here. All right, fair enough. I think this is dumb. Okay, no, it's not dumb. Bruh. Bruh! How many times do I need to get cursor drawed? Well, that frickin' sucked. We had a really good walk. But no, we'll just lose 10 seconds. It's fine. That's just from Kutan getting stopped. Hobbs, thanks so much with the Prime for 30 months. That is almost a year, my dude. I thought you said you were driving. You're supposed to stay safe, and distracted driving is bad. Can I go next, Nox? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Unless. And then this is when you say, not with that haircut. So this is I mean, I would, but also with glitchless, we don't grab the elixir. The elixir is about a 8 to 10 second loss versus when we don't grab it in glitchless. So you kind of have to factor that in. That means it still would be a 12:24, and I would be like, we're gonna lose time on this split too. We're kind of banking on Mount Colts. Oh, you're about to. Okay, well, now you drive safe. What's the elixir for? Phantom Train. Then you don't need to go to the back part of returners. Saves you about 25-30 seconds. You don't need the money and you don't need the items. There's no reason to go back there. The risk that brings is you don't have a True Knight for the Barren Waterfalls if you wanted to use that safety. And no, wait. This is the true way to run this category because this category is so dumb. This is the true way you do it. You don't grab the elixir. You save yourself 10 seconds. You don't grab things in the back of Returner's hideout. You save yourself another 25-30 seconds. You hope for the 1/8 Phoenix down drop from the leader, since the black belt money isn't actually required. You use that Phoenix down on the Phantom Train, and then you use the other one for the retort glitch. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. You just saved yourself a bunch of time that you'll probably lose off of one pincer. Like, the only thing that I even like somewhat care about back there, aside from the Phoenix down, but I'm not grabbing the Phoenix down, would be like an air lancet to throw when Sabin fricks up his pummeling shenanigans, but optimally you're not going back there. Because even without black belt, money isn't an issue in this run. That's why I don't stress about it too much. Yo, Billy, how we be? Thanks for the good luck. It's gonna get worse before it get. Okay. An average train split time is like we'll say 550, and that's just like 0 to 1 preempts, no back attacks, no pincers, but no preempts. Oh, I guess 0 to 1 preempts. My PB has a 522, and I'm pretty sure I got like 5 or 6 preempts, and I think every single multi-pack was a preempt. What I'm trying to say is we're basically guaranteed to lose 30 seconds. So this starts a little bit rough. What was my... So we're about 15 seconds slower than I would quote unquote like. Thanks to that net. So now we're kind of banking on having a good mount Colts, or else we're just gonna be rocking the red for a while. Glow once it's grow. Ooh, look at Mr. Fancy Pants over here. I like it. Imperial Camp has so much time save in it that I pretty much just never see because Sabin's a cuck. Never really got into the Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest games in general. Like even the newer ones, just I don't know. You get a full curse meter. It'd be pretty tough because I'd have to do it on my side for the changing the split picture. Unless I added another browser source and I made the splits transparent, but that sounds like a lot of unnecessary work. Oh yeah, they did come out with an HD version of those games, didn't they? Which ones are they all HD? Was it 2 and 3? 1 through 3? I don't exactly remember. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Nope. I don't have kids, but apparently I dad sneeze. Is Keanu lookalike a person, or is this a mod that I don't know of? I'm actually kind of hoping it's a mod where everyone just kind of looks like he's... Oh, dang it. I was really hoping they just did a mod where everyone looks like Keanu Reeves. Thanks for the good luck, Ultros. One of these days, it's definitely gotta happen, right? Shouldn't it be enjoy FF3 quotations NA? FF3J is Final Fantasy actual 3. Okay, I gotcha. That was a lot of smack, my bad. Had a lot of pressure built up. What did we hype train off of? Oh, a sub and 100 bits? Keep forgetting that. I keep thinking hype trains need more to like get going. I guess I could set it up that way. All right. Surely we'll have a good Mount Colts, right? This is rather no Bane's Touch, preempt and or fast runaway dependent. Oh, frick me. Thanks for clearing that up, Mirage. Bruh. Buttons are like refusing to button. This has been a great start to this split, by the way. I'm pretty sure that back attack is, it's either 1 or 4 out of 60 chance. I don't know, the shoulder buttons feel like it's not seated properly. But I've only noticed it like the past couple of days. Guess we'll reassemble tonight. It's just, it's so inconsistent too. Trying to figure out what it is that's like causing it. If it's the actual controller or if it's like a weird lag frame or I don't know. You have been medicated. I'm assuming that's good. A lot of weight. Why is there weight on my shoulders? Oh. Grabs artwork for... I saw that they added another Final Fantasy IV for 2019. That was random. Why do we want people to curse more? I was thinking 3D, although no, that came too much earlier, but PR came so much later, I thought. How old is PR? Maybe that's the real question. I thought that was a during COVID or post-COVID thing, but maybe I'm wrong. No, it can't be 2019 because I wasn't speedrunning RPGs yet. Bruh! What the frick? You know what? Give me the 1 in 60 chance back attack right now. Make my day. Was anybody else hoping for it? What are the odds that Terra's the one that gets hit? 0. Try to eggnog. I can't say I've ever want to have eggnog again, let alone put it into another gross drink. But that's just me. Remember all those preamps I said we need to get? Yeah. Good times. There we go. Yeah, I guess there's snogging. From what I understand, I think that's just British kissing. All right. I like to start fights with minimal ETB. It really makes it so that the fight has much more challenge to it. I haven't looked at the text in a while, but doesn't the game just tell you what to do? Oh, we're gonna take this one. Okay, Edgar definitely finished before Locke, and I will stand by that. All right, we need to take the next two here. We need to take a total of 3 trilliums so we can hit the levels that we need so that Sabin joins at level 11. One more fight. We might be. This is gonna be tough to sub 8. Jeez. I know with PR they show the thing on the top, and I'd be lying if I said I would ever pay attention to what. All right, let it roll. Oh no, wait. Edgar got hit. Are you fricking me? Who's ready to go back to Narsh, kids? Should have enough for one more, right? Yeah. Just doomfist me, really make my day. All right. Well. Let's see. Yep. Welcome back to my personal hell, kids. If you hate it so much, Beatty, why'd you go back? Because I'd hate this less than running whatever that run was gonna be. So here's the cheese, as it were. Why am I getting a work email? Anyways. The cheese is, after that split, which we would have been behind by probably 20 seconds or so, 15, 20 seconds. We go into a split that's a gold before we go into the spot where we could potentially save like 20 if like things actually went well, but Imperial Camp is Imperial Camp. Before we go into the spot that is pretty much a guaranteed 30-second loss, meaning we're looking at like a 59 train, maybe just short of a 59 train, assuming things go well. Which means that we're going to be hit behind quite a bit before we finally go into this last bit. And then I'm going to be so unhappy about it. Oh, I need to fill in that tentacle spot. And it's there we go. I didn't realize that I didn't have that spot filled in. No, I don't need perfect luck. I just need... I would need it to be average to slightly above average is all I'm really asking for. But for that particular run, if I wanted to keep it going for what we're going for, I would need it to be somewhere between very good to great luck. Perfect luck will never exist. Perfect luck is like all of the preempts, so on and so forth. Oh, so I guess the blurs didn't lie. All right, so all of my blurses are going to be on the curse side, so that's awesome. All right. Now it's going to be just so gooder. The only task that I know of is an old sketch run, I think. And a lot of it is hitting the very specific frames that you need fight to get preempts. I don't remember if there's desperations attacks in there or not, because you're not getting hit by things because you're getting preempts. Ice in the veins, Billy. Like I said, you get your like 10-15 seconds, let it out, and then you just move on. If there's one thing that it has taught me to do, it has taught me to just take situations for what they are, fix them if you can fix them, and if not, just take it on the chin and carry on. Cuck. Bottom right may as well attack too. He's gonna feel left out. Yeah, there you go. Good boy, good boy. Hey, if I got 92 mil for this game to do whatever it wants me to, or whatever it wants to do to me, and I never PB again, you bet your butt I would do that. So once again, we are starting with absolutely garbage ATB. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the guys in the back also get an attack. Yeah. So I look at this and go, we're gonna need to have a really quick Welk fight to keep this one going. It's kind of on life support right now. All those attacks just kind of, especially if the attack, well, I mean, not having ATB also loses time, but having attacks go off while I'm waiting for my turn to go through is also one of the biggest time losses on this first bit. I thought I closed this. If you think this is bad, you should be seeing the offline runs that I've been doing. It's been really dicking me. Like I said yesterday, on the trench, Cyan got numbspined twice. Time before that, I had 3 pincers. It's like just the worst kind of luck you can actually get. And I'm a little less calm when it's offline, I'll be completely honest. Also to the degree of how dumb it was being, but Boot, I'm gonna give you those blesses back because that was a run on life support right at the end anyways. No! No! I closed the wrong thing! All right, we'll see if the internet crashes or not. That's kind of deep. It's as deep as you want it to be, I suppose. How's it going, Corn? Welcome on in. There you go. All I want to do is reset that. I can't wait for Local on Demand to be like, wait, we're not Sean Paul on the Vel team today either, because we just never make it to... What else do I need up there? Why would you get a jersey of that loser of all people? Oh yeah, this is the other thing. Am I gonna save the world today? Bro, we haven't even made it out of Narsh. No, wait, that's not true. We haven't made it past Colts. Shane, thanks for the good luck. Oh, I never changed the attempt counter. That's it. We're going horny. Non-horny is apparently not working. Bam. Frick it. Get a freaking cider one or something. The Brinkat's a bum. Am I a little jaded? Yes, I am. He's a freaking chud. Might have something to completely do with we paid him a bunch of money and went and got a bunch of stuff to get him, and then he's just like, try? Why would I try? So if you ever watch a Sens versus Red Wings and it's in the Senator's house, make sure you watch that one. Every time DeBrincat gets the puck, booze all over. James, thanks for the 10 stream streak, by the way. He was a sen. Where do you think you got? Yeah. Hey Rex, it's like I always say, it's better to have a small strick than a small dick. Unfortunately, I have both. But I know someone that be slanging the wangin'. How's it going today? Meanwhile, Korn doesn't care about his team enough to even know where his players actually came from. Shake my head. This is my favorite after 7. Definitely, yes. There's one thing I love in this world. It's 7, for sure. A randomizer of this had a bad guy run? Still gonna do it? Frick me, dude. The whole idea of bioblasting the right is to avoid an attack or two. Mirage gets it. Mirage gets it. FF7 fills the beautiful spot that is the bottom of the barrel to lift all of the other Final Fantasies up. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Not worried about it. There used to be a time where we didn't start every single fight with half ATB. But those days are gone. This isn't even a no sketch thing. Every single run starts like this. We haven't done any no sketch stuff aside from grabbing elixir, which really means nothing. All right, now things are gonna come around. Kane said good luck. That must... I thought it did that in glitchless! Do I need to show the spreadsheets of glitchless again? Okay. Retro, thanks for the good luck. Appreciate it. For those who don't know, a slime on Terra, especially on turn 1, is a instant 30-second loss if you manage to pull off a double counter cancel, which you don't really get to know where stuff is anymore for ATBs because you're slowed and everything is kind of frick. Did I change my attempt counter? Which were we on 5? That seems about right. How long have we been streaming? Almost an hour? Excellent. We're gonna do an Addy Daddy right now because I see it's gonna pull through. I'm gonna go for a little walk and I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah, Golden Shocker didn't yell at me as much as he should have. I learned a lot by being yelled at, to be honest. Anyways, I'm going for this walk. What up, kids? Mental reset, good to go. All I had to do was look at the standings and then be like, right, Ottawa's only 5 points away from first in the Atlantic with 2 games in hand. Hey Hobbs, this is what I was doing during my peak, bud. 80% glitchless. I have spent, what's my record? 3.5 to 4 hours not getting past Mount Colts. Probably would have been more, but I gave up after that. Actually, I bet you it's been more, but we're just gonna say that so it sounds less sad. In case anyone's wondering, Mount Colts is only 30 minutes in. There was the one day when I had like 14 resets or something like that, and it takes about 5 minutes for each reset to go through. I mean, for this run in particular, all of it is overrated. The only part that's fun to do in FF6 is after Kefka and Narsh. Except in this run, after Kefka and Narsh, you just go and look for Gao, and then you do a whole bunch of nonsensical walking around. No, this is like resetting at D-Tank. But for 4 hours. Our series is an hour in. Well, 52-ish minutes. Thanks for the good luck, Holy. Yeah. Yeah. Which there were some days with Manip, I just couldn't seem to get to like Guardian. And it's just like, all right, it's just not happening today, boys. Some days you have it with Manip. Some days you just can't. I don't know how to say it. You just can't. You know what you need to do, and then it's just like you just can't do it. At least that's all like execution based. This is just me getting absolutely effed. What is this ATB, bro? It's fine. You guys want to know something fun? And I know 70, 75, well, we'll say 70%. That might actually be high, but 70% of it is a shot in the foot. But we've only finished 3 runs of this route. Granted, a lot of them have died to either finding out about some of the hard locks with talking to people or not getting that 4-frame trick. I think there's only been 1 in KT that actually died. Because I didn't buffer a menu before doing a party swap, blah, blah, blah. Hey, we might actually get ahead of Welk here. There is a chance. Okay. Bad roll, but whatever. So it's 26. $38. So we need a 62 here to not damage roll. How did you get ahead? The frick? Whatever. We move. If you get that first turn, you can make it so he doesn't get that next turn. I don't know how he got ahead of me. Any hoosers. So I don't know what I did, but we can't compare to average because of this. It is dropping significantly. Yesterday it said I was 18 seconds ahead or 18 minutes ahead of average. I don't know what I did for this, if I used it for like a randomizer and I used the split button or something. But we are not 7 minutes ahead of an average run right now. If anything, we're like 0 seconds, maybe +1. So that's gonna take a little while to bring it down. Actually, if I delete it and put it back in again, would that fix it? That would wreck this average for a little bit, but surely this will be a good time. Surely this will just be a real good time. I've almost every single night since being back home. Almost. Is there a night where I haven't? Maybe 1. Oh yeah, the night where I was with Golden Shocker doing Worlds Collide stuff. I've done a no sketch run each night. I haven't seen past Sabin scenario. I got to kind of learn how Worlds Collide stuff kind of mechanically works. Oh, sucker rock. So that was probably the biggest takeaway. All right, we at least get to play for the next 4 minutes, 5 minutes. 4.5 is probably a better number. See, we keep memeing on it. The difference is he's $92 million richer. He doesn't have to do a thing in his life anymore. I am not. Does anybody have $92 million to give? You know what? It's just $1 million. $1 million, I'll go full-time streamer, please. Oh wait, where's that sign? Oh no, wait, maybe that's a in bad taste meme to do. I think it'd be funny, but it's kind of an in bad taste joke. But all right, that's it. I'm getting rid of my partner now. Thanks, Ice. Wait, what's that emblem? Dragon Skimmy? Where are you guys getting all of these these badges? $200K? Nah, I can't do it for $200K. I'd like to, but $1 million is like my line of where it's not irresponsible. Yep, Ice keeps telling people to subscribe to me, so I need to well, like that I can get rid of. Okay. RuneScape? The clicky game? That's all I got. That's where that bit ends. Now I have to Google who RuPaul is. Oh, this guy. He's 65 years old? Huh. Assuming these pictures are up to date, doesn't look bad for 65. Just that wasn't the age that popped in my head based off of the Google pictures that popped up. I was originally gonna say, I hope I look like that when I turn 65. And then I was waiting for someone to be like, what, black and bald? Yes. Yep, there you go. Yep, that's kind of goals, you know? Hashtag goals. Drag queen isn't a look, it's a lifestyle. Does it pay better than being an electrician? Because I can make the swap. Sure. Well, the whole idea was to... Bruh, settle the frick. What's the kingdom? Yeah, I might be getting mixed up on my origin of drag queens. Is there any relation between drag queens and drag races? Were they the queens of the like the races that were being dragged, or am I just making that up? Because I feel like I'm making that up. It's an art form, not a lifestyle. And art is life, bro. What are we talking about here? Something, something life imitates art. Isn't that what the saying is? Okay, so there's, okay, well. Then I was gonna say that their kingdom was the drag strip, but RuPaul, are you in chat? Just got a couple of questions real quick. Imagine. For some reason, 65-year-old drag queen is checking out a Final Fantasy VI no sketch run on a Monday morning. I don't do it for the money, Agony. I do it for the love of the game or something. I can't say that it's a free stream and then do like, I'll do something for this amount of subs. That would be hypocritical. Nox, why do you know so much about drag racing? I like the trivia, just... Maybe you're like, are you like super into like NASCAR and stuff? I would guess no, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you get super pumped when they make another left turn. Your dad will, all right, there's the connect. All right. We have figured it out. An F, like a transformer? Like Optimus Prime making me call him daddy and giving me his Optimus slime? Oh! Or not like that. This is what happens when you get stuck in Arch Hell, by the way. I'll stay generally calm and cool and collected, but also it just starts to get really weird. So when you say prob's not like that, that doesn't mean not like that. It just means probably not, but that doesn't mean that there's a 0% chance. Arch does drag on, especially when you've been in it for like an hour and a half. Have you guys seen the video of Optimus Prime talking to Shia LaBeouf being like, all girls are bi, it's just you got to figure out what kind of bi? I can't tell if David's memeing or not. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can find it. I want to make sure I get it proper. Oh, here we go.
Remember this, Sam. All girls are bi. You just need to find out if she is bipolar, bilingual, bisexual, or just a bitch. And going to turn into a truck now. Birch Church in charge.
Attempt number 5 is not ideal. Hey, we could be on like 6 or 7. That wasn't AI speech. That was just Optimus Prime. It's definitely in the movie, for sure, for sure. It's canon even. It was like a big turning point for Sam in the movie. To be like, you know what? Maybe Optimus Prime is onto something here. When I was doing that video editing for Buddy, and the one company just wanted a bunch of like AI speech over a whole bunch of things about like the grind and building up your business, and then you just like edit that for hours on end. You're just like, bro, this is abs, and it's always the same message. Make quality stuff. Make it so that the people are gonna know your stuff over the other stuff, but just like over and over and over, and that's all the AI speech as well. You're just like, oh, this is mentally painful, bro. And then I got some other stuff where it was actually like the owners talking about their stuff, and I'm like, oh, this is so much better. Morning, Dunk. Apparently we're canceling me for, wait, for you. I don't, okay, hang on. I don't know what generative AI is, but if that means I get to have sex with an AI robot, I will give it a go. If that's not what it means, I guess never mind. That's degen. Ah, I get those mixed up a lot. That's a my bad though. Would that be cheating? Not if we buy the robot together. Oh, I didn't use it. I edited it. Oh, yeah, that's not true. I've definitely done some, I dicked around with the AI music thing once upon a time. Am I wrong, Billy? Am I wrong? I have the pleasure of working out. At least it isn't minus 40. It only feels like minus 29 here. I don't know what it's like down south. I'm happy that Christmas Day is supposed to be like one of the warmest days in this next little stretch. You know what's funny is I have a buddy named Noah, and he's a plumber. So I can just tell him the, like, not only does he have to build the boat, he has to open up all the pipes to start the flooding. 34 Fahrenheit. So what, like, barely below freezing? Was that like -1? Oh no! It'll take a total of like 3 hours for my water to turn into ice. It's so cold. Above? I thought it was 36. Is it 32? I always get it mixed up. I don't freaking know. Dunk, can you do me a favor, depending on who you're working with, and make some sort of like assimilation joke about you taking down a teepee? Oh, it is 32? Okay, my bad. I don't know why I had 36 in my head. Hey, I mean, so our foreman, I guess my foreman, is he's Canadian born but Filipino bred, I guess is probably the best way to say it. But everyone else on the crew is Caucasian. The one day we're all just working. Oh, frick me. I think I missed some no encounter tiles. And he's like, hey, who would have thought that, you know, 30, 40 years ago.
Glitcherman rated my stream with 345 viewers.
Okay, maybe I don't make this joke now. Yo, Glitchy, how did the run go? Did it finish gooder? Even better than gooder? That, all right, fine. So Filipino bred but Canadian born. He looks at the 4 or 5 Caucasian guys that he's working, or that he's like being the foreman of, and then he's like, who would have thought 20, 30 years ago that a brown man would be telling all these white guys what to do? How times have changed. We are behind by 1 step, but that's not the biggest of deal. Oh, how we laughed. Court, how did 10 go, by the way, yesterday? Don't get it? That's okay. I'm not explaining it any further. Anyways, welcome to Final Fantasy VI, and we're gonna hopefully be, oh my frick. It finished? I wouldn't know what that's like. I'm on a bad streak here. If anyone wants to pick up Final Fantasy VI speedrunning, I would greatly implore you not to pick up No Sketch. It is not a fun run. It is quick, but that doesn't mean it's good. If you want to do actual Final Fantasy VI things, this run is not, not it. We're gonna hold off on healing as long as we can. I'm hoping Terra just doesn't get hit anymore. There's a lot of out of bounds, a lot of ways to kind of hard lock the game. The best part is after you make it through the RNG cesspool that is known as the Kefka and Narsh section, which is what we are currently doing for the first hour and 24-ish minutes. Then you no longer get to do any fights. You no longer get to do much menuing. It's just a lot of nonsensical running around. Okay, that's fine. A lot of out of bounds shenanigans, and then you just win the game. It's a very gross simplification of it, but... Oh, okay, so you understand your crowd. Okay, yeah, maybe you don't make that joke then. Unless they're super chill, I don't know. You know, read the room. It might actually be like, it might hit super hard. Oh, thank frick. So the first hour 15 or so of this run lives or dies by the preempt, and also lives or dies by the back attacks or pincers that you can get. A preempt will save probably 10 to 15 seconds per encounter. A back attack will lose a little bit. Okay, we're taking it. And a pincer can lose you like 20 to 30 versus a preempt, I should say. So okay, I actually have to pay attention. I don't remember if I fought the first one or not. Don't you do it. Stop. Okay. Time loss. We are having garbage ATBs today, just all over the place. So there are a total of, I think, like 60 different ATB starts you could be getting. I have to take the next one. Okay. I see Edgar gets a level up there. I need to take this next one, and then we will have Locke and Tara gain a level. We have been coming through this relatively slow. I'd like to talk to Vargas 8 minutes or sooner. As you can see, we are past the 8-minute mark. Well, we're just gonna run it. I don't even care anymore. Have yourself a great day, Work Dunk. Work hard and you maybe won't freeze too much. So this whole fight is going to be based off of our starting ATB, based off of Vargas's starting ATB. But I don't want him to get Doomfist on Sabin because it's about another 10-15 second loss. So I kind of base a lot of it off of when he gets his first turn and when he gets this Gale Cut. If I get this auto crossbow off before Gale Cut, which we should, then I feel pretty confident that we're not going to get Doomfisted. Sabin's ATB is random to start. To get world record. We won't get world record because world record does a little bit more of a different... Oh, we almost underrolled there. Bit of a different route for post Kefka and Narsh, but this is a bit of a safer way to go about it for the 4, 5, 6 run we want to do on the 29th. Yeah, we'll just run it. We'll see what happens. Holy Angel does with a 223. Ideally, we get this done before 31:15, but... Okay, do I get to complain? Anything over a 10-minute Mount Colts, you get to complain about it, and that was 10:01. Boy, what a terrible Mount Colts. The difference between like a 10-minute, a 10:15, or like a 9:30 is pretty much all preempts. Yes, we actually sit in the menu twice for about 3 minutes a piece, but yeah, this is the one. If we get to that point. This is also the one where we have that 4-frame movement trick. But yeah, let's see. That was about 50-second worse than average. I like to play the averages a lot when I do FF6 because you kind of have to. Who did this category? Holy Angel, me, Tina Hex. Tina has a 228. I know I got a bunch of time save late on just from, or later on, just from step route stuff, really. But my Kefka and Arch time is also not good. It's just we keep on getting dicked. So it's not getting better. Like, so I look at this and I see I have a 124.18. Oh yeah, the average is going to be fricked because of that first split. I would like a 123XX minimum. But apparently that just doesn't happen in this lifetime. The Mount Colts is one of the big time saves. We got nothing. The next big one will be Imperial Camp, where depending on how Sabin and Cyan do with their random targeting, will either make or break that before we go into a pretty much guaranteed loss Phantom Train. Then we go into the whole finding Gao and blah, 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 blah. I haven't really figured out for this category what like real cutoff times would be. I'm kind of basing it more off of glitchless stuff because that's what I know. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. A lot of categories will go into the back returner's hideout here to go and grab a bunch of treasures. We are not going to be doing that because it does cost time, and it's for stuff that we don't quote unquote need. It would be nice to have, but it would be unoptimal to grab it in optimal situations. So by not grabbing it, I'm just kind of hoping that good things happen for a few spots. Namely, the big things would be a True Knight for when we do a retort glitch on the Barren Falls. A Phoenix down, so I didn't have to grab an elixir earlier. If we mostly would just grab it because we're already back there. And an Air Lancet to throw in the event that Sabin does bad targeting with Blitz. That depends. Will you let me become your last way of hope? No, the targeting that I'm requiring from Sabin is a 2/3 chance to hit what I want him to hit. He just very often hits the 1 of 3 chance that I don't want him to hit, and that loses you about 15-20 seconds. Same thing with Cyan. He has a 2/3 chance to hit something that I want him to hit, and he will often, sometimes I narrow it down to a 50-50 depending on ATBs, so I do realize that that's you know, making it a little bit worse of odds. But right now we're doing some save reset shenanigans for step routes. There's 256 seeds. Doing a reset on the actual screen pushes the seed ahead by 13 or 14. And then doing it on the save select screen pushes it ahead by 1. So we now have the step route that we need for the rest of the Kefka and Arch section. I'm gonna be a real corn. I don't know what the Peace Gardens are, let alone where they are. Oh wow, they actually all ran. This is Final Fantasy 3, but also 6, but Final Fantasy 3 is also 3, correct. I don't see where the confusion is. Okay, everybody is on what I want them to be on. If Edgar gets hit by Ultros, does it do enough damage to put him into crit? Maybe. I don't exactly remember. If we get him into crit on his third turn, there is a chance that we could use a desperation attack, a 1/16th chance. What you need for desperation to have happen is you need to be in crit HP and you need to have, I think, 26 seconds or so elapse in the fight. And then if that 1/16th chance lines up, you'll use the desperation attack, which does a lot more damage than what we can do. This would save us 3 or 4 attacks. I think it's like a 15 or 20-second save, something stupid like that. But otherwise, Ultros is a scripted fight. He always starts with 0 ATB. We always start with full ATB. So we can always make the exact same thing happen. And a lot of this is based around what is called the counter cancel. When an enemy has full ATB and then you force the counter attack, they will do that counter attack and that will count as their turn. Their ATB will be filled for a little bit and then it'll just reset. So we can get away from not getting tentacled by just getting inked. Any questions? This will be on the test. So he has full ATB right now. We're going to be using fire. He's going to go his whole seafood soup shenanigans. He is going to use ink on Terra. Lol. And then, doesn't matter if it hits or not. What do I mean by getting tentacled? I didn't say we're getting tentacled. I said we're not getting tentacled. That crit means absolutely nothing, but I appreciate the effort there, Terra. This will be the end of the fight. We don't have a lot of scripted fights, so you gotta enjoy them where you can. Pixel Remaster, where it's not a scripted fight, gets it gets a little dicier. Mostly because if Bannon dies, that's just you lose. There's no clips channel. Oh, I had to read that like 7 times to understand what you meant. Because either a clip will go well with the game that we're playing, either FF6 or CT, or it will be good for memes. So this is the real RNG cesspool. This is also the furthest we've made it today. I'm pretty sure Ultros yeeted him, but I don't have a, because it wouldn't make sense for him to like dolphin kick his way out. So again, this is the whole live or die by the preempt. With the step route, we know what the encounter is going to be and we know where we're going to get it. So we're going to get a single beaker right here. In what is not really a consistent run, it does give a little bit of consistency. Whether you get a preempt, a back attack, a pincer, what your starting ATBs are, that is all frame based upon entering the fight. There's, to my knowledge, 60 different ATB starts that you can get. So there's a chart that I'll look at if I really cared about it and be like, there's 6 out of 60 frames where you'll get a back attack. All right, there's a 10% chance. And I'll always say 6 of 60 and not a 110 because I like to know how many frames there are that I could hit. I wonder if that site's back up again. It wasn't up the other day. Well, frick. I'm so sad. Well, it's not necessarily that it's 6 frames together. It might be frame 7, 13, 21, 22, 37, 58. I don't know. I don't know that much. I just know how many there are. Moustache-mon, the samurai. Moustache man child, I believe in you to get me this black belt from the enemy commander. So don't frick me, oh Moustache man. So we take this fight a little bit scarier. We're gonna take off all of the gear. Put on the sprint shoes so we can go nice and quick. If we get hit by 3 axes, we will more than likely die. We didn't get hit by an opening axe, so we're fine. And the last one is a counterattack if he does it or not. There is a 1/8 chance that you get a Phoenix down, which sells for 250 GP, or you can get a black belt, 7/8 chance of that, which sells for 2500 GP. Considering we want to buy smoke bombs, you would prefer the black belt. Online, for the past like 5 or 6 runs, I have had 1 black belt. I think it's 6. I think we're 1 for 6 on black belt and a 7/8 chance. Anyways, at least money isn't super tight in this run. Worst case Ontario, if Cyan gets a 1/16th chance crit on a 1 in 2 chance targeting, so 1/32nd chance that it actually happens, we do have a Phoenix down to back it up so we don't just lose the run on it, I guess. That's about all I got for it. He in fact did not listen. I didn't listen. All right, what do we got? Good ATBs. I'm not even going to bother run buffering. Sometimes I'll do a run buffer because I think it does prevent Kefka from getting into a ready position. I don't have anything to actually back that up. It might be a complete placebo, but it seems to like help. Did we suplex the train? We're not at the train and we're not going to suplex it. That split is tough enough to not lose a bunch of time on as it is. If that hurts your feelings, feel free to hit the little X at the top of the screen. You know what? I'm happy that you just said some Canadian and not boy do you ever sound Canadian. Because usually I get the boy do you ever sound Canadian. All right, 2/3 chance. Hit one of the greens. Yay! We didn't lose 20 seconds in this fight. How about this? I won't suplex the train, but I'll suplex a fish. That a deal? You guys are allowed to block. Boy, oh, I don't know there, bud. I don't know how Canadian I could sound, but I know how Canadian I could make sure I don't sound. And there's only so much Canadian that can go around in this world, don't you know? Oh, yes, Daddy. That just feels so good. I just wish you could do it just a little. I'm going to stop now. It's getting worse. All right, so now we're going to have a little bit of a section where Cyan is going to be completely berserked. One of two things will happen every time he gets his turn. He will either do a physical, which is what we want, nice and quick, or he'll use dispatch. Every time he uses dispatch, it's about a 1.5 to 2 second loss versus just a regular physical. He also can just get hit and counterattack, which means then he wouldn't actually even need to do any of those things because he would just counterattack. That is what's ideal. Hey Tetsu, how are we doing? Thanks for the good luck. All I just want this run to finish. I don't even know if I care about 220s. What I do care about 227, but like low 228, at least something. At least one run where I look at it and be like, is it worth doing again? I want to get back to all characters in Esper's glitchless. This run is balls. But there's so much time save on it. It hurts. And I can't not run it knowing how much time save there is. Like I'm looking at, yeah, like there's 5 minutes there. And probably more golds to be had. Fun little tech piece here. If you hold left, you guarantee Sabin is only 2 tiles to the right of Cyan versus I think you go up to like 5-ish. All right, here we go. This is the true Psycho Cyan. If I can get, oh wait, it shouldn't actually matter. All right, physical, we're happy. As long, so part of me thought, oh, counter, bail me out. Okay, I may have forgot that, yeah, I deserve this. I thought I set Cyan to a fight. He was still on good old Blitz because I am the silly. There we go. Now he's attacking. All right, that's 2 dispatches. I don't deserve this one. I deserve the last one. This one is a little less deserved. I want to make sure that I close my menus at the end of every fight that we actually fight. It saves about 10 frames at the end of every single time, just reducing lag. Okay. Now I need Cyan to, or Sabin to clutch up because Cyan couldn't. This is awesome. This is what we dream of. He went between 2 enemies so he could hit the guy in the back, which is not the guy we want him to hit. Instead of hitting, I don't know, one of the 2 guys that are right in front of him. That is the bad targeting where we will now probably not save time in this split. Okay, let's do it this way. This is a better way to do it. A good split here would be like a 12-25. And that's being like, it was good. It wasn't great, but it was pretty good. 12-25. Anything past 12-30, I say is not good. And this one's probably going to be nipping close to 12-40. I did move that. Okay. Crap. This has 3 enemies in it. All right, this helps a little bit. These soldiers still have a 1/3 chance to counterattack. Yeah, like that. B-Money, thanks so much for the 3 months. Subscribing with the Prime. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're having yourself a great day. So I look at this and I go, I know it's about 12 seconds by the end of this fight is where the split ends. And this is probably going to be out of this fight by like 25-ish. Say la vie. But why does my say have to la vie? You know? So I would say that that was a bad split, and a lot of it is because of Cyan not clutching up. Now, if you looked at this split, you'd look at it and go, oh, it looks like there's 13 seconds to save here. And I'd be like, technically, yes. But in reality, an average split is probably gonna lose you close to 30 seconds. I don't know if I want, okay, hang on. She say my la till I V. Did I say clench? And I meant clutch? No, he definitely didn't clutch. He definitely clenched. This is also the first spot, aside from one encounter with Solitaire, where you have to deal with pincers. The pincers are roughly a 10% chance. The preempts are roughly 15 to 18%. There is 2 more encounters on here that can give us a pincer. Is Gao the strongest character? Not even close. Every character can be absolutely broken. The reason I say Gao isn't is because even if he has tools that are really, really strong, you are banking on him to, anytime you use a rage, he has a 50% chance to just do a physical or a 50% chance to use that attack. And then on top of that, if there's numerous enemies, you're hoping that he does that 50% attack on whatever target that you want to do on. And then after he does that, if it's like the Nightshade, what, I don't remember what it's called, the thing where it like makes the enemy just not do anything, then what? Do you kill him and then bring him back to life so that you can make him do something else? Like, to me, that doesn't scream like phenomenal play or character. Rafflesia, thank you. I was blanking. And considering that in like any percent glitch, or yeah, any percent glitchless or all characters in Esper's glitchless, we spend 5-ish minutes, 5 to 6 minutes to get Celeste from level 19 to level 42 in the World of Ruin. And she pretty much does max damage on everything that we fight with tier 2 spells. It's really not hard to get super broken anyways. It's a pretty solved game where you don't need to min-max the frick out of it. Also, just kind of looking at it, I think we're gonna have to do an Addy Daddy after train. So we are outside of pincer territory. We don't have to worry about pincers anymore. Back attacks are still a thing. My NPC value good? I don't think so. That didn't look right. So I don't think we get to rip through this room very quick. I might be wrong, but I think he comes up. You can't get pincered by this encounter. If you look at the little chart, it says pincer prohibited. I believe it's just because the overmind is just so big. Oh, we almost got through it pretty quick. Refs won in shootout. I watched the shootout. I had a good time. I'm guessing you didn't have as much as a good time. To your knowledge, have the Habs actually lost any game to the other team, or was it always against refs? Rooting for the... No, that makes sense because you don't want Boston to catch up. You're mostly hoping that the team that's closer to you loses and it doesn't become a 3-point game. All right. That actually wasn't horrible. This will be like a low 58. What is a Bruin? I think it's a type of bear. Don't you frickin'... No, you cuck! That's just time loss is all that is. Right, we don't have the black belt. Right. All right, so we're gonna do an Addy Daddy. This is a decent run. But we're gonna do this Addy Daddy. I'm gonna get the Gal prediction up first. We want him to show up in fights either 1 or 2. If it's 3 or more, we're probably gonna reset. 5/8 chance for him to show up at the end of each fight. There's 3 encounters before we get to Moblez. Those do not count because we don't have a dried meat yet. I had to try and sneak that all in and still get this Addy Daddy in. All right, so coming up now, we are gonna use the retort glitch, the same type of glitch that you kind of set up for Psycho Cyan, sort of. And by using this glitch to kill one of the piranhas, Rizopaz doesn't show up. And because we didn't kill all of the piranhas with normal means, you don't actually activate the boss AI scripting. And so the game just kicks you out because there's no enemies. It doesn't know what to do because the scripting hasn't started. So it just basically kicks you out of the fight, and that's all you gotta do. But because we have a little bit of downtime here, we can do a little bit of menuing. Yes. I'm gonna sell that Phoenix down purely because I want my dried meat to go into that slot, and we don't really need the Phoenix down. If we have to use both of them in this next fight because of that 132 second chance crit on Cyan, then so be it. Believe in early Gal. Then why did you vote for the 3rd try? The math ain't mathin', bruv. Papa, is it kind of funny that I'm more scared of the Sens playing the Sabres than the Bruins? We haven't beat him in like... haven't beat him in a while. Hit Cyan, you cowards! No, the Sens just haven't beat them in, like... They didn't beat him at all last year. Come on. Sabres are garbage. They look like world killers whenever they come and play against the Sens. It's actually crazy. Okay, we didn't get crit. We move. Here's your suplex. This activates the retort glitch. And away we go. Hey, Osar. How be? Now we need to remember to heal Cyan before we continue on with life, because he is a little beat up after we just killed him. Brazilian butt lift to you too. Yes, me and Caleb kind of run different schedules. There's DGen hour and there's I don't know how to sleep past 6 a.m. hours. For the record, before that sounds super mean, for the record, anything past like 11:30 for me is DGen hour. But that's just cause I'm old. I'm the type of guy that goes like, man, it's 10:30 already. Like, it's too late to start anything. I was supposed to do Sean Paul in the Veld. Nobody tell local man. I'm just gonna give him his points back. Oh, wait. It's fine. It's fine. We can do it the second time. He'll never know. Nobody narc. Does it get bright really early? No. Sun at this point in the year doesn't come up till like 9:30. During the summer, it'll start to pop up at like 4:30, 5 o'clock though. Right, I was gonna sell this. I love that. I love when I wake up at like 5 for work and the sun is up. That's what I like. All right, 5/8 chance. Can we find him? All right, you can suck a dick. Actually, no, wait, that's... What, do you hate sun? Thank frick. Whatever you do, Sar, don't run this category. I beg you for all that is good and holy, do not run this category. This category is absolute garbage. Now you're probably wondering, why am I running it then? Because I'm also an idiot. And well, actually there's two reasons. One, we're doing a 4, 5, 6 run on the 29th and the 30th. That is FF4 no 64, FF5 any percent, and no sketch for FF6. I'm addicted to the yoops. Yup. It's not fun. Like getting rid... Sitar? I don't know how much more time I can really cut out of it. When I'm in the hotel room, from the time that I get up to the time I'm in the lobby downstairs, it's about 3 minutes. Maybe 4 if I pee a lot, or for like a really long time. When I'm at home and I have to feed Rocky and stuff, we're looking at about 7 minutes. Rocky is my puppy, yes. There you go. He is a Sheltie. He's as the kids would, do you watch the I gunk. No, I do it. So you pee, you wash your face, you brush your teeth. There's no way. You get up, you get dressed, you pee, you wash your face, you brush your teeth, and you get out. How long does it take you guys to get dressed? I mean, so I work industrial electrician, so I just wear like, well, we would have to wear coveralls and stuff, so I wear like sweatpants, socks, t-shirt, bunny hug. I'm not showering in the morning if I work in a dusty, sweaty area. What, do you shower before you go to the gym? I bet you some people actually do, in which case I'd be like, why? Do you shower before you take a poop too? All I ask is for no pincers. Maybe 2 preamps? Shower before the gym and after? Why? What if there's a hot girl at the gym? I have a basement gym. The hot girl's my wife, but she's seen me at my worst. With my day old be so I'm a night showerer. No, I'm thinking of like when you're like super sick, flu sweating, and you just have like that sick stank going on about you. Or any percent glitchless grinding, you just don't get out of Narsh for 4 hours. Why would my worst just be naked? Listen, I know I'm not the best looking dude on the block here, but so long, sweet prince. If you guys have more time than I do then, because even when I did like go to the gym, it was straight after work, which is not too far off from my worst, I guess. Bruh. Gauss has a faster fill meter on his run meter, by the way. Or fill rate on his run meter, I should say. So, we're not gonna get 2 preamps. There's only 1 more encounter. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that wasn't actually bad. That wasn't bad. There's 1 of 2 things that can happen here. We can either get double angle form or we can get a 5-pack. Technically, the 5-pack is easier to run away from because each angle form counts as 3 enemies as far as run difficulty goes. Now, you do get punched less, but we're not gonna... Actually, that was pretty quick, too. Am I winning? Sure. This run isn't as bad as it could be, but it's definitely not as good as it, in quotations, should be. Right, we didn't get the black belt. Everybody hates red vest guy. We might actually save a little bit of time here. So there is a... We're going to skip Celeste here. The reason we do Sabin scenario first is for those smoke bombs. Running away is now slightly more consistent because smoke bombs will just let you run away and you don't need to fill up those meters. Now it's just a matter of ATBs and or preamps. Preamps are still faster and they save you the smoke bombs, obviously. So there's a nice little glitch that we can do to get out of here. If you just open up your menu right about now, you can just phase right through that dude. Bye, Celeste. Morning, Arctic. Why does this one always give me the fake preempt? Ree! Pojo, how are we doing today? My favorite type of movie? I'd have to say fantasy. Fake preempt is where you have full ETB, but it doesn't give you the preempt status. That encounter seems to give it to me a lot. I don't love that. I don't love it. Okay. The worry is with these trilobiters, there is a chance that you get poison barb. And because we do not have an antidote, you have to know where your next encounters are so that you can heal yourself up. Okay, real preempt. You can heal yourself up before you get to the next encounter. It's super lame. We're gonna do a little bit of a NPC manipulation for the river here by watching these screen shakes. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So now when we get onto the river with the terrace scenario, we should only get one encounter versus 2 or 3. One is guaranteed, the other ones are based off of basically a chart of what the NPC value says. And it says on this one, encounter yes or no. Then it moves on to the next one and then it goes to the second check. Says encounter yes or no. And so we hit a nice little pocket that has a bunch of no's in it. Do I have the week off? I have up to the 5th is my last day off. If you were asking me. If you were asking Pojo, Pojo deserves the year off with pay, TBH. Excellent. Get this out of here. So that should be the only encounter that we get. No, Pojo, I'm telling you, you get the year off with pay, $3 bump on what your hours would be throughout a regular year. You're welcome. I'm not paying for it. I'm just telling you that your company will. Bro, we're getting punched by the leafer? You like a pay? I don't know. I see a lot of curses coming from the Boyle camp over there. Don't worry about those. Should I look at the predictions instead? Or should I just go through the chat log? Which one would you prefer? The chickens have come home to roost, haven't they? Actions for my consequences in 2025? What is this? Cursing builds character. Again, with the glitchless grind that we did, why do I need to keep building more character? Can't I just have a couple of easy wins? Please and thank you? Well. Yes? Well, apparently the answer is no, Pojo. That's the real answer, and it makes me sad, but... So one of two things is going to happen once we start doing all characters and espers with like a little bit of Worlds Collide mixed in there. Either my all characters and espers is going to make my Worlds Collide be a little bit better, or Worlds of Collide is going to make my all characters and espers much worse. Only time will tell. It sounds like this whole, what is it? Strong, frick. Bad times create strong men. Okay, we have 13 smoke bombs. I don't remember how that saying goes, but I want to be a weak man is what I'm trying to say. So 45 minus 13, that should be 32 smoke bombs to buy. Oh yeah, I'm feeling a bit like a hard man right now, Sitar. Right. Maybe I'm hitting the loop now where I did actually have my strongmen, or yeah, strongmen creating good times. The good times have happened. I became the weak man, and now I'm dealing with the hard times again. Maybe that's what it is, in the sense of speedrunning, that is. Ditching best girl. I can... Where is it? The fit? Yeah, it does. Sitar, thanks for the 100 bits of hearty hard boner. I'm only saying this for the meme because I don't care about politics, but I just think the meme is funny. Without the good times, we wouldn't have the Epstein files, am I right, boys? Tharkus, good to see ya. I do have that authority to tell the army where to invade. Are we allowed to get rid of the Geneva Convention? It's kind of our home run play, so I mean, it's kind of what we do. I wonder what, like, 2400 Canadian warfare would look like with technology. The fun. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know, now when someone does a war crime, it's like you take them to the box and you didn't think they did like a penalty or something. Like, what'd I do? What? I barely touched him. That's barely illegal. Weak call. All right, Kefka time. Oh, should I do the meme? I want to do the meme. All right. Hopefully this doesn't fall out of my mouth again. Like Boyle's mom's titties. kind of get lockjaw when you do that. Anyways, that's how you get to here without getting into any fights. Boyle, I only make that joke to you because I know you can take it. I can tell you can take it because you straight up double downed. All right. G to the G. Look at that, a 123. With the start that we had, by the way. If you guys don't know what munting is, don't look it up. If you don't want to know, I implore you not to Google it. No way it's real. You have to believe me when I say, has there ever been a time where I said, don't look it up? And then you look it up and you're like, oh, that wasn't so bad. Usually if I say, don't look it up, don't look it up. One of my favorite things to look up is if you just Google carbuncle. It's probably one of my favorite summons. Just Google carbuncle and look at images. It's really cute. Yeah, but some people don't know that, and then it's gross looking is what it is. You looked up munting? I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I said not to do. I told you not to. I don't know why I have to take the brunt of this. All right, so as far as like battles in the run, we're gonna run away from some. We're gonna fight like 2-ish to find Gao. And then like, we don't do any more fights. For the next hour and so of this run, we're just gonna be walking, doing some glitchy things, watching the opera, and hopefully not getting hard locked in the cave. Nice. But for the next little bit, we are going to be walking all the way back to the Veldt. So this is usually the part of like glitchless when everyone is just happy that they've made it through the first hour and a half. All right, the run has now started. This is now where we don't really do Final Fantasy things anymore. Okay, what did I say? 32? Yeah. One more tent. That's too many Phoenix Downs. Frick. No. For the glitchless part, it's fun. I just gonna have to get some preamps, I guess. We're pretty... What did I... There's something I didn't sell? The hyper wrist. There it is. I see it. Okay, we have quite a few potions. We should be fine. I thought I opened up enough slots for that hyper wrist to be higher up. Having a dead character does raise your chances of getting a preempt. We always say, Dare, that it'd be so much better if we had we had smoke bombs going through this part of the game, right? Riri. So now we do. Hi, Handy. How we be, bruv? That was in fact not a preempt. Just playing some FF6, isn't it? The bestest category. And why is it the bestest? Because without a credits warp, it's the fastest run. And because it's the fastest run, that means it's the bestest. Isn't that how that works? I'm still waiting for Dare to do glitched all characters Nespers. Moogle Charm floating continent, bro. Moogle Charm floating continent, bro. Why is this bet? Because humans can only handle so much of a good thing, obviously. That's why asbestos, even though asbestos is the bestest, the human body cannot handle the bestest. Pretty sure I sent you the notes for it, didn't I? Or did I not? I thought I did. So, because we're down a little bit on these smoke bombs, I wouldn't mind some, like, you guys ain't got those preempts? Hey, Dare. I was doing an offline run once upon a time. Here we go. And this particular encounter poisoned one of my characters. And it was Gao. Oh, maybe it was this one. Well, this is awesome. This is a 1 in 60 chance, by the way. Oh, here we go. You get to experience my fun. Boy, howdy. If you guys like to see a really terrible screen, enjoy this. Because this is freaking amazing. Do I have an antidote? Nope. I just have to hope that he's just going to die to a tick. Frick. Believe it or not, this makes movement pretty difficult. Bruh! This is also a 1 in 60. What the frick are we doing here? Hit Edgar. Why are you not taking damage ticks? What is life? I'm not dealing with this anymore. No, I can't, Hobbs, because when I was on really, really longathon, I was running a different game. So I can't do that. I know what you are doing, and I don't like it. So I am trying. No shot! No shot! How many preamps have we had? One? Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's good, that's good, that's good. How many 1 in 60 chance back attacks have we had? I hate it. I hate it all. That I don't know, Mirage. We're gonna be doing some save resets here, so this is where I was gonna just bring Edward back to life. Edward? Edgar. Holy frick. Edward was yesterday. Well, that's a time loss. I don't think we're saving time on the split. I don't know what it is. I just have a feeling we're not saving time on the split. I got a feeling ooh, ooh, that my butt's gonna get reamed out good. Going to? It already has. I'm slowly trying to bring Hobbs back into the world of DJ Nash. It's a long-term project. We just got to take it nice. It's like raising a plant. Whatever I like. I don't like it, but much be rather boating boobs, you know what I'm saying? Yes, B-Dude, we do know what you're saying. That is not vague whatsoever. That is in fact a direct comment. I'm pretty sure those back attacks are 1 in 60, and the reason I say that is because I know with 3 people they are. And I'm pretty sure those odds don't change with 4 people, but I might be incorrect on that. He's resistant to the charms. Punch him! Might work. You tried that? Thanks, Arm. It's good to be back. It's been a while. Oh, they exist. I'm pretty sure from here on out, every single encounter would need to be a preempt to make up for what we had to deal with. Why is everyone allowed to have good RNG? Actually, no, let me rephrase that. Why does no one seem to get massively fisted as much as I do? What is this? Why is this just a quote-unquote normal run? I hate it here. It's not an orgasm if you don't see the jizz. It's just a gene creaming then. And as far as the sponsors are concerned, they are different things. I'm not even wearing jeans. I'm wearing sweats. This is my favorite video of all time. I'm sorry that this is the run that you have to see of it, because you can close it forever if you want. Yeah. This isn't a good run. You're about to see why in a little bit. It has taken us a long time to get here. Please don't say jean creaming. I'll just stick with cream my jeans, I guess. What's my average here? Low 16? All right. We have to run away from 3 fights, do a save reset, and then try and find Gao on potentially the first turn or first fight, just for speed. But ideally, I don't know what there's no ideal anymore. Hey Zygor, how's it going, bud? We you just missed us having like an all-around great time with back attacks. Like, I should be finding Gao. Like, I should be in the fight finding Gao right now, and I still have to do a save reset. That's how slow that was. So to start this glitch, we are going to leap. Put lock into Gao's position, save reset. 5/8 chance to find him. If we don't find him in 3 or less tries, the run is dead. That's funny. All right, first try. I forgot the Sean Paul again. Don't tell local man. All right, second try. Excellent. Big time save and we lost it all. 1, 2, 4, 5, 7. Where am I? How am I here again? So we have activated what's called the Gao camera glitch. Maybe I'm not going up enough? So there's this Gao camera glitch. If you buffer your movements or do some other few things, you'll go ripping off of, like if I buffer holding up as we go into this next cave, I'm ripping off of screen and that's the end of the run. But with this particular setup in particular spots, we can actually end up out of bounds in some spots. And what we're gonna do with this is get it so we can get to the basement of Bowser's mansion for World of Ruin access. I want to do it instead of a handout. How about a hand-in joke? But I'm not going to. I'm just going to tell you that's what I thought. But have yourself a good time with the, I'm assuming, hangout. So there is a 4-frame trick that we need to do. Oh, this run freaking sucks, dude. We lost a minute on average on that one. And I'm going to guess it's because of all those frickin' back attacks. Also second try out. So we'll save a little bit of time here. So what we have to do before we go into South Figaro Cave is we need to force, normally it's 4 encounters, but now it'll just be 3 because we had to do 2 encounters to find Gao. So we'll save that time. And what we need to do is we need to get to a point in the encounter string where we're not going to get encounters. because if you're inside of a cave with this glitch activated, you will revert the glitch back to normal, and then we lose it. It's not the first zoop. You'll see what the zoop is. When you see the zoop, you'll be like, oh yeah, that's definitely a zoop. When you see the first zoop, that one is pretty easy to do. The next one is a 4-frame trick where I need to hit up and then down between frames 3 and 6. I think it's the down input is between frames 3 and 6 of me hitting up. If I hit 1 to 2, we hard lock, and if I hit 7 or more, we hard lock. Hey, so don't frick it up. This game runs at 60 FPS, so you got 4 out of 60 frames. However many seconds that is, I guess, or how many part of a second that is. So this is technically encounter 2 of 4. This is 3 of 4. Can I get some preamps, please? This will be the last one. I might just manually run away from this. Wait, where am I? There. Was that like 7 or 8 back attacks since the time we finished Kefka and Narsh? That is absolutely restarted. All right, here we go. 4-frame trick. Do we get to continue the run or not? No. Okay, GG's. Try again. So that was me hitting frame 2, I guess, even though I thought I went slow. Back to the Kefka and Narsh section, kids. No, we won't do it right now. I'm gonna double check. I'm pretty sure that's the... Like, I felt like I waited. Okay, if you're early, you end up... Okay, if you're late... Maybe that was late. Okay, that was late. Okay. I do need to speed it up. I've been hitting it early too much, so I tried to slow it down a little bit, but here we are. Morning, Jambris. How we be? Does Brave New World... No, I don't think Brave New World takes away ATB waiting. But so what should have happened, show you real quick. what should happen is you go here. This will be a successful one. You should end up on just the other side of the door right here. And you walk into this space here. That's what you're trying to hit. We ended up about here, which is being a little bit late. That is just a sucks to suck. Why is Bannon getting tentacled? Okay, what does it say my average time? 9:11? What the frick? Oh wait, I was gonna try something here. Oh, that just kills all of it? Oh. Well, it's better than trying to fix that average, I guess. I would say learn how to do the counter cancel. You should, if you can, low level. If you can do the like 2 counter cancels, you should be able to make it through the fight. Is this FF9? Yeah, I'm playing as Garnet Till Alexandros with green hair. And she forgot how to summon, that's why she needs the Magitech armor. We're actually going to make our way over to kill Kuja right now. All right. So that's kind of where I'm like, that's the part where I figure we're gonna have one of the 4, 5, 6 runs die, and I don't know a way to back it up. So that's why I'm like, we're only gonna do 3, 4, 5, 6 attempts. We've already done one. It didn't go very well. Next one's on the 29th. Oh, the one person who I don't want to have good ATB has good ATB.
Perhaps this will put some junk in your...
Trunk.
You want to come into my trunk, Satar? Thanks for the 100 bits, Satar. Appreciate it, bud. I'm just gonna play for another, what does it actually take to get there? You know, like another hour 45 to see if we can hit that 4 frame again. Hopefully the run is decent on the way up to there again. Is there a guide for the... You can basically just use... Well, okay. I can be your guide. It's the 4 frame move. I hit up and then I hit down within 4 frames. I have a 4 frame thing to do it. I have to hit between frames 3 and 6. And that gets me the location that I need to for our out of bounds Zupen. Pick you. You did not win. Vix did not have faster ATB than Terra. That is just not what happened. You like Zoop? I hate them. They're not fun. All right, so to It's okay, guys. I just need one good run. Haha. Should I look at how many attempts it's been? I don't know if these are actually accurate or if they keep track of my old no sketch either. So it's kind of hard to tell. Let's see what we got. What did you miss? It was just slow. How's it gonna be run on a marathon? Well, I'm not gonna care about my Welk time too much, but my guess is we are going to, we're gonna get to that spot. I'm gonna not hit the frame section, despite the fact that that's pretty much the only thing I practice for this run, and then that'll just be the end of the run. That's my guess. Gotta jork it. All right, hang on, guys. I'm just going on to Reddit real quick. I was gonna do a meme, but never mind. All right. This is the game going, you will be running this on the 24th. Just being rude. That back attack rate was something else. I don't even know how to actually process that. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. My favorite character is Terra, and my favorite Esper is Alexander because it looks sick. Why do you like me to be sad? Isn't it cool to be happy? To be big hap? Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. It's funnier, but my jokes are worse. Okay, so Celeste was obviously not the play. This one usually does well. Do you think it was because I forgot to Sean Paul? If we get back to the Velt, I'll remember to do it. So what I've learned is if I'm in practice or if the run is bad, I can hit that 4-frame trick pretty easily. Pretty good. Oh, life is pain. So in case you're wondering why that's a reset. No, Terra's the play. That wasn't a Terra issue. That was the Vixen Wedge just wanting to kick me in the dick play. I'm gonna do an Addy Daddy right now. Cause it's gonna hit anyways, and I may as well do it during this. And I'm gonna go for a little walk. Oh. Jeez, it's only 10 o'clock. This has been a very long 3 hours. All right. Got the haircut? Gee, I sure hope so, or else I don't know what happened. Do I look like I'm 60? All right, here we go. Is that a good jork? No. It ended like my speed runs. I couldn't finish. At least I get to help the wife with Christmas baking after this. And then there's a chance I hop up on Discord and do more of this, because I just want this to be done. I will mentally punish myself until I just get that frickin' one more. Listen, it's not the baking of the stuff that I actually like. It's the quality time. Yeah, that's... Okay, only one attack? I can deal with that. I don't know, so you'd rather... Dude, you don't... I don't know. From this side on, baking doesn't look that bad. That was she... My bad, guys. That's my fault. I actually love my wife. That's my fault, though. I forgot the target audience here. You're not allowed to get a turn. You said it, not me, Sitar. I didn't say nothing. Papa doesn't even call his lady by her name. He just calls her by her nationality. If that ain't love, I don't know what is. He was getting all hopped up because she didn't like a picture. He was ready to throw palms over it. I was like, settle down, bro. It's a picture. My fave painting. Put it in your bathroom then. I don't care. I'm gonna look at it and be like, was this worth the disagreement though? Cheese makes you cultured? Is that what I'm getting out of this? At least we won't damage roll. This isn't a good time, but we're just gonna run it. Frick it. I don't even care anymore. Surely Mount Colts will bail us out. Ha ha ha. That's what you fought over? Because what, it had to be in your kitchen? Is that what you were saying? Wouldn't have been the hill that I died on. And then you went to the boys for validation on, bro, I shouldn't have to move it. Aren't those usually like one and the same for the most part? I guess some places have like dividing walls, but... What does it look like? A black and white Medusa. Now, I'd rather have Terry Crews being covered by a tiger fur. Terry Crews is not an animal, he's a person. And we will treat him as such with respect and dignity. Also, same. We may never PB again, bro. This might actually just be what it is. We have now hit the regression. All right, two things haven't happened today. Number one, we haven't been pincered by the Vaporites yet. Number two, Mog hasn't been hit by net. Other than that, but it. Make sure to cast fire in that fight. Oh, is that what I'm forgetting to do? That is a skill issue, isn't it? Jinxed. If you've seen 10% of today, you'll know I don't have to jinx nothing. Everything is being taken care of as is. I'm sorry, when did you become Spartacus? Maybe a little. Well, you need to get your face worked on then, because it looks like a ring wraith. If anything, it wouldn't be a nasty hop. Actually, no. Depending on where the... No, this isn't a very deep mine. It's going to be a cold, dank breath, but still stinky. The mines don't really get super hot until you get like a kilometer down. All right, we're just going to distract ourselves a little bit. What's going on in the world today? Let's see. Oh, I can see Cider's overtime game-winning goal that I hated that he got. What else do we got? You know, out of like the top 6 scorers of December, what did I tell the wife yesterday? 3 of them are Canadian, 2 of them are German, and I couldn't remember what Rantanen is. Is he Finnish? It was mostly just like you wouldn't think that you'd have 2 Germans in the top 6. I should look this up right now. Mikko Rantanen. He is Finnish. Hey! Canucks are 4-0 after trading Quinn Hughes. Maybe he was the issue with the team. This guy has a pet tiger. Probably shouldn't have a tiger as a pet. Is the Wild gonna crush it? Well, Crush it as in get to the playoffs? I think so. As far as in the playoffs, I don't know. The playoff format is so garbage that they could have a really, really tough first round, and that's just the way she be. This is the run, just like all the other ones. Every other one was the run too. I used to go with the mentality that every run is the one until it isn't. Over the years, I have learned that no run is the one until it eventually is. All right, no net for once in our lives. Excellent. We can prevent that guy from attacking. Okay. Kutan is gonna do an attack here so that we're gonna prevent the damage roll. Bruh. We had a good walk. We had a really good walk. I don't get excited about nothing until an hour 45, 46 in when we get out of that South Figaro cave. Until then, the up down 4-frame trick is the final boss. That's just how I view it. I used to not have no troubles with it, and then we got better at the run and understood it all, and now it's nothing but troubles. Is it the only thing I practice? Sure is. Does it matter when we actually get into the run? Not at all. The good news is we have a bad Mount Colts to go against. So that's something. Uh-huh. I know I said I usually let things go, but those back attacks, man. The statistical anomaly that was. Too bad that sight is down so I could actually fact check my 1 in 60 chance back attack. Said I know that's what it is with 3 people. I don't know if it's the same for 4 people or not, especially with 1 person dead. It might change a little bit. I know that they are like 10% or less for each one. Hence the jaw dropping. I tried to do a little bit of the inventory management during the Marshall fight. I might make this last run of the day and we'll just try and run it until it actually dies. I might do it. Yeah, you know what? We're going to do that. We're going to take care of our mental well-being. I'll do this so that people know how many we've actually done. So we won't reset because it's red. We will reset because it actually just died. And also because I know that if this run doesn't finish, I'm going to do it tonight. But I think I need to start hopping into Discord. Even if nobody is in there, just because it will keep me somewhat calmer. Jerica, how are we doing today? I mean, I've never liked this particular run, but it is Okay, how did the blurses actually play out? If I'm in the Discord, I'll yell less, even if there's nobody in there, because there is a chance that someone could go in there. So it's just for my my calmness. Helping. You know, you could have got 3 blesses for that same cost. Just saying. How has your CT stuff gone? I think I saw you did, not recently, but like somewhat recently. I like CT. Okay, blursing and then saying you're helping is kind of the same thing as like you're working with your dad on a vehicle. You take the flashlight and you throw it across the room and be like, I'm helping because I'm cleaning up. So with this manip, are you doing stuff like what SNES manip does with like skipping the grind before Yakra, single cycling Guardian, that type of stuff? Or is it just for more favorable RNG? I guess the question I'm asking is, are we actually like skipping things, or are we just making the... I see. You sure could, Matthew. You sure could. Oh. I never really had too much of a trouble with Battlespeed 6 Son of Sun. Like, you get that done in... I guess it'd save a little bit, but with auto battle, then finding out which one it is real freaking fast. All right. It's a good thing I had porridge before I started today. Sorry, an oatmeal, technically. Is there a difference between porridge and oatmeal? This is a legitimate question, by the way. Or are they one and the same? All right, Google time. I need to know this. Porridge versus oatmeal. Porridge is a broad term for hot cereal made from boiled grains, legumes, or roots, while oatmeal is specifically the type of porridge made from oats. Okay, so oatmeal is a porridge. Has anyone ever had a hot legume mush breakfast? Trying to think of what legumes you would use. Fairlex, this is why you are a scholar amongst men. Peanut soup? Did it say like a soup? What did I read again? No, it says a broad term for a hot cereal. So then you get into the whole thing on what's a cereal versus soup. Oh no. This is a can of worms that I was not expecting. Okay, you know what? What's a legume? No, not hot cereal killers. What's a nut? Open up and I'll show. So we're gonna fight Magitech armor now. Never mind. We are gonna wait on Edgar to get ATB first. Double metal kick? At least that's better. Is the anus an entry hole? Only with consent. That's the proper answer. So John, if I manage to suck a bunch of air up my butt and it makes a sound because it's going this way towards my mouth, does that count as a burp? I hate my brain, by the way. Why can't I think of normal things? You know, the hair salon chick is rubbing my head while it's there, and I'm like, I hate this. I don't like when people touch me. And then my first thought is like, this is why I couldn't do prostitution. Like, buy or sell. And that's the first thing that goes in my head. Why is that the first thing that goes in my head? And that's just another day at the office in the brain of the dude. So what you're saying, Sitar, is it's your fault. Is that what I'm getting out of this? Did everyone leave Barb's? Who's... I don't want to say this to like sound rude or whatever, but who's Barb? Because if it's Barbrisha, it's actually Valvolus. We don't go with the Barbrisha name here. No, it's always Valvolus. Oh. What is that actually called? Shocked? Huh? Oh, it's huh. Okay. Been thinking of like the different kinds of emotes and stuff. Do you know what would be diabolical that I'm just thinking about now? Is, you know how people like to make those 4-panel emotes? You make like the top one like 100 bits. Because you can do it based off of like bits, whatever. You make like the top right one like 1,000 bits. And then you make like the bottom two to complete the set like 100,000 bits or whatever. Just start paywalling it. That'd be what we in the business call a dick move. And I might be thinking about it just because of how trolly it is. And I think it's funny. Lower rights tier. Oh, all right, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. You gotta finish the set with the tier 3. Let's go. The cycle has been complete. Now, for what it's worth, I would only do that if it wasn't really that good of an emote, or there were like much better ones. Oh my frick. So normally when I say final run of the day, that's usually when like, you know what? Shut up, dude. Shut up. Sometimes it's fun to think about, like, and there's definitely at least one person on Twitch who does that. There has to be. Just based off of pure odds. I can't even complain because this is the first time we've actually been hit since this split started. Also, it might not be considered a microtransaction depending on how many bits you make it behind. So I actually haven't looked at the emote stuff in a while. Elmax said that he would be willing to do a bunch of stuff, and I'm going to make sure that he gets paid for it because Billy already didn't want to for the thing down here. He's like, oh, it's for fun. I need to like gift him a sub or something. Time to get a watch. I'm on my final run of the day. Okay. Whom's that be? The nearby neighbor or the not so nearby neighbor? Okay. Almax said that he does them himself. And I was like, I kind of like your art style, bro. Cool. The animated ones too. Well, this is a real kettle of fish, isn't it? Hi, buddy. Rocky, you want to see a menu? Check this out. That was pretty sick, wasn't it? What's you? Teach the dog no sketch? Why? That would be animal abuse. Animal abuse. Why would I do that to him?
Okay.
You know, I don't even care. Bane said, oh, he missed me. Whatever. Remember when I said I like to try and talk to Vargas by like 8 minutes? And we've been like struggling to get to the 8 minutes because we actually had like a handful of decent RNG and a couple of preamps and such along the way. We talked to him at like 7:40. That is 20 seconds faster for those of you who don't want to do the math. So that run buffer is just, I'm just trying to push Vargas's turn back just a little bit more just to get some free ATB. And I think we're in a good spot now. In PA, but it's over half. Sorry, when I'm talking about the 8 minutes thing, I'm talking about the split timer, which is the one on the very bottom right. Because that is the one that is consistent with the split. The other one would be variable by a decent amount of time. You're watching it once. My condolences. For real, for real. Oh, I don't have my pen! Not really, but I just had an idea for an emote. the sketch these days would also use the same glitch, which isn't fun, robot. It isn't fun. We don't want to do that. Why would we want to do that? Ben! Ow! I felt it in my elbow.
Oh, that was just...
You got some of that extra insulation? Well, I also am a little bit sweaty, which would make me more conductive. The moaning Lisa. Oh, paint me. One more. Oh.
You didn't do
I love you so much. Know that whatever this run does to my psyche, you will always bring me out of it, and I will forever love you. Don't leave me. Between this run and if you leaving me, I'm finding a tall pillar. Because I don't want to make a mess on the ice. Okay. Four-game win streak! Woo! You'll save me, Sitar? You can't give me what I want. You have a question for the Canadian? That is me. What is your question? If you want to talk to my wife, she is gone. Or she is going to Canadian Tire. She will not be back for quite some time. If you would like me to relay a question, I could do so. Believe it or not, me and my better half, we communicate. Because communication is the backbone to a strong relationship. The other part of that is not just communication, but understanding and willing to compromise. From both parties, not just the one. That is how it all works to make a nice functional relationship. Telepathy? Man, I wish. Yeah, you can provide me the pillar? Excellent. I just need to make sure that I dress nice, because if you're going to go and meet God, you'd want to look nice. It's from that Hollywood Undead song. My legs are dangling off the edge. The bottom of the bottle is my only friend. Can't keep going because it might be a little the talk with speedrunning to her, because I know she doesn't like know a lot about it, would just be like, my run died. Or sometimes I'll be finished, she's like, did you die? And I'll be like, man, that's probably the best part of that song. Not what it's one of. It's just like, if I survive, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. It's just like, oh, you know, I tried, didn't work. So like, morning, Bob. You need those reports done? I don't know what Ed Hardy clothes means. Why is that an LOL? I did not know that, robot. Why is Beav so lost? Bro, I've been playing this for coming up on 4 hours. I've made it past the half-hour mark technically twice as of now. It has been a rough day. And I do all this again knowing that Yao may not show up. We will probably fail that 4-frame trick once again because LOL. Yao will show up both times? Doing the same thing over and over again. Well, does that include practice? Because you're not doing the same thing over and over again. You've refined it so it's not the same thing. It is the refined same thing. Robot, I could almost guarantee you, because I feel like I almost remember this, of saying that it is a hobby that is this might not be verbatim, but it is a soul-sucking hobby where you will eventually start blue balling yourself to a point where each time you get a PB, you release the blue balls until a point where you just no longer get to release those blue balls anymore, or you start losing your sanity. I feel like I can almost remember this exact. Yup. No, I almost remember this exact thing because I tell a lot of people, if you want to get into speedrunning, prepare to just give up a part of yourself. It's like a Horcrux. You're just going to be tearing yourself apart a little. You're tearing me apart, Lisa! Hi, DJ. How's it going, bud? That won't save us a turn. Did I just attack with you first? Okay, that's fine. Hang on, is this Blitz gonna kill? I don't think so, but if it does, that'd be Pog. Ah! You hate to see it. I feel like saying you like a game too much to speedrun it, but then you competitively do randomizers. How do I want to word this? Is like saying, I don't like working out because it ruins your body, so I just do push-ups every day. And it's like, sure, but you're kind of doing the same thing anyways. That might be a bad analogy, but that's the best one I can come up with right now. See, I don't care about the placement for this run. I care about knowing how much time save there is and how I can't just walk away knowing that I'm leaving that behind. Or leaving that on the table, I should say. Yeah, I did frick that up. So because we got this encounter in the forest instead of the plains, we get a stray cat and double beaker fight instead of a single beaker. Okay, I'm gonna add to that. It's like listening to the greatest hits album, but they're all covers done by AI, because it's like, you know, it's kind of right, but it's not quite right. As you have like an Atma Ragnarok strength build realm going to town. Mithragon, thanks for the good luck. Welcome on in today. The step route for every single category up to lock scenario is the same. And for the most part, it's point A to point B. I just missed a no encounter tile. That's it. It's not a huge thing. I can fix it quite easily later on. Mustachman, the samurai. Mustache man child, I believe in you to get me this black belt from the enemy commander. So don't frick me, oh Mustache Man. Okay, that's not good. If we get triple axed, there's a chance we die. Unless they're all low rolls. Okay, we're good. Oh my goodness, we got the 7th, 8th black belt for the second time in 8 runs? That's crazy! You're welcome, Zygor. I did not write that song. I cannot remember the name of the person that does. I know I've been told it numerous times and the name never sticks with me. But then I know that Dying carried that torch and then I kind of just took the torch. I have to do Sean Paul because I didn't do it on the last run. Mr. MV, that might be right. Probably. The only thing that I did is I added the entirety of the song after. And I haven't heard a single rando runner sing it yet. My disappointment, immeasurable. Don't sing. Think of the gains you could get by doing it, though. I mean, you don't have random encounters to deal with, so you gotta do something to fill in the time while running around. All right, we got a quick menu to do after this. We're still on battle speed 1. We went to battle speed 1 for the leader fight, just that he gained his ATB faster. The battle speed only affects the enemies, and because we were dealing with the counterattack, you want him to get his ATB faster, unless you're just banking on the fact that we get a preempt. Good ATB. All right, buddy. 2/3 chance. Thank you. That would have been a good time to block. That one is not a good... Okay, well. I've never played Diablo 2. So I'm gonna say... What's something easy? The Warrior. I played 3. But I played 3 before it got like updated to be decent. There is no warrior. Frick! That felt like a safe pick. Oh, did I say warrior? No, wait. Sorry, I was thinking something else. I was totally meaning the mage. But like warlock is definitely a second. You gonna tell me there's no warlock? Diablo 2 classes. What the frick do we have? You're not gonna give me... Okay, hang on. You're not gonna give me barbarian as warrior or necromancer warlock? They're different things. What's the difference between a warlock and a necromancer? They're spelled differently. Okay. A lot? Well, okay. Actually tell me a thing. Aside from the spelling. I hate that Papa has given the best answer so far, and it's about spelling. Necromancer raises the dead. A warlock is a mage that makes... Hang on, I'm trying to think of World of Warcraft right now. I swear they have an undead thingy that they bring up. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, settle down there, Chat GPT. I just asked a question. I aim to learn something. Okay, ideally Cyan gets hit and he counterattacks. Alrighty. It's Coke versus Pepsi, so it's the same thing. No one wants Pepsi. Oh, I better not show you our fridge right now. Good thing the wife isn't here. She would be tearing throats out right now. Why do you have better targeting on a 50-50 than you do on a 67-33? She a Pepsi girl? Yeah. Except on Christmas Day, because her family's all a Pepsi family. I guess my family technically is too, but they don't care as much. Except on Christmas Day, they will get Coke in a bottle because Coke in a bottle tastes different than Coke, like Coke in a glass bottle tastes different than Coke in a plastic bottle or inside of a can where it's actually good or something. Tastes the freaking same to me. I promise you, majority of what I say is not actually meant to be rage bait. It just kind of ends up being that. But I promise you, a lot of what I say is not intent on rage bait, unless I start smiling a lot afterwards, and then it is intended rage bait. Me neither. No. I know that Habs fans have low IQs. It just kind of happens. What is like the no-name version of Coke or Pepsi? Probably just called like cola. Carbonated cola or something. Dustin, my dude, how we beat? Wow, we actually had a good Imperial camp. I can't wait to get pincered and negate all of that. Last time I got pincered was between Papa and Dustin's moms. That was a night I'll never forget. Not very often that you go and spend a night with both of their moms and you have to go and wring out the sheets afterwards. Do Canadians do Christmas? Yes. Do I need to delete that or is I don't know what that is. It feels like a slur of some sort, but I don't. What's Fago? It feels offensive and I don't know why. The Canadians have indoor plumbing. If we had outdoor plumbing, it would freeze. Okay, so but that doesn't say Fargo. Why would we poop in our... That is part of our bank reserves. Why would we poop in it? Remember, we are one step behind. No, but I am serious. Do I need this American stuff? Okay. I just you can see why I think it would be offensive, right? Like you can see where the thought process comes from. Having no knowledge of it. Please accept. I remember that one Chrono Trigger run where I named Chrono F because I thought it was funny because he died, and then it turned out that we had Luca in the party where her last name or like her last letter's an A. And then we had Frog in the party with his last letter, and they were oriented in such a way that I had to reset the run lest I get canceled. I remember that run. I remember looking at it and going, we can't continue this run. And they're like, why? I'm like, I can't have that on screen. I did F because Chrono dies. And I thought that was funny. And then I looked at the party, I'm like, that's not funny. We have to get rid of this. And that's why I now call Chrono Z. It is safe. There was no ill intent on it. It was an honest mistake, and I felt really bad about it. Luckily, I caught it before other people did, but obviously they can just go back and look at it and be like, why'd you reset? I'm like, I can't keep that going. They looked at it and they're like, oh yeah, no, I see. Anyways, we're gonna do an Addy Daddy at the death of the train. It was good. Luckily that's only like 10 minutes in or whatever. Didn't matter. How do you only do 4 damage to yourself? Or 18. For reference, he... Wait, hang on. If you attack yourself in the back row, is that half damage for being in back row and half damage for attacking in back row? So a quarter damage? Is that what I just witnessed? Because he hits himself for about 70 in the front row. 70 to 75. So I was anticipating him to hit himself for like 30, 35, which is all we needed. Huh, this is gonna be sub 58. That's about the 30-ish seconds I say we typically lose there. We're gonna do a snooze. I don't want to do an addy daddy and then find out that we just reset after Gao because Gao doesn't show up. So we'll push it off until we find Gao. We are going to do Sean Paul on the Veld. I have it loaded up. I'm not going to forget it this time. If you have not heard Sean Paul on the Veld, like I don't think Ozer has. It's you know the song Get Busy by Sean Paul? It merges really, really well with the Veld theme. Like unnecessarily well. And we've been keeping track of it. We have a 5/8 chance over 2 encounters to find Gao. Anything after that and it's just... If we get a third try Gao, I'll keep it going. If we get 4... Oh, do I even want to try a third try Gao? We'll see. Hang on, we can die on the Barren Falls. If Cyan gets crit, I can't bring him back up and that's just GG. It is a 1/32nd chance of happening, but it can happen. It requires a 1/16th chance crit on a 50% chance targeting, but it's not impossible. We have 11 potions? The frick? I will take credit for about 10 to 15 seconds of that time loss that from trying to just have Cyan kill himself, because it was going to make us run away faster on the next couple of fights. But he survived with like 4 HP or something. That's just where all that time loss went. Because he's also not very fast. And the enemy decided he didn't want to blaze us or anything. Thanks, game. So for the retort glitch here, we are going to kill Cyan. Him getting attacked is ideal. See, look, 70 damage. I am gonna need him to get attacked once more. Wait and see what he does. Thank you. So now we are going to use retort. because of the state that he is in, using suplex and missing is going to trigger the retort. The retort is going to kill the piranha because we kill the last piranha on screen without anything that actually activates the AI scripting. The next part of the scripting never happens. The other piranhas and or Zopas don't show up, and we get kicked out of the fight because the game doesn't know what to do. And you can save a little bit of time in that fight. Worlds Collide Runners. Is retort glitch still in the game? Or is that removed? Not that I think it'd be faster for a lot of situations, but for like that particular boss fight, if he had that particular moveset, might. No, never mind. Buddy can pop up in like 5 seconds, I think. Oh, frick. I almost forgot again. I just need to remember to heal up.
Take that thing, yeah, Donna, Jody and Rebecca. Woman, get busy. Just shake that booty non-stop when the beat drop. Just keep swinging it.
Whose mouth did I poop in a previous life? I'll bump it up a little bit.
Yo, sexy ladies want power with us. You know the car with us, them not war with us. You know the club, them want flex with us. To get next with us, them not vex with us. From the day my bond, I ignite my flame. Girl, I call my name and it is my fame. It's all good, girl, turn me on till I earn them on. Let's get it on, let's get it on till I earn them on. Girl, it's all good, just turn me on. Let's get it on till I earn them on.
All right, this is gonna be a 3-pack. Doesn't matter, we get a preempt. Thank frick. Like, this is unnecessarily good for what you would think it would be. FF7 tries a version of it, not as good. And it's not because I don't like FF7, it's just it doesn't flow as nicely. Anyways, oh gal! I never did a prediction, did I? That's okay, he's showing up on the first try anyways. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright. I'm going P. And we're gonna do the Addy Daddy. BRB. Now we just need to make it through the trench. 4 encounter. Well, I guess there's one more encounter before we get to there, but it's just a single bomb. Boyle, I'll be thinking of you as I do this entire walk. You know, it's a good thing we found Gao when we did, because he doesn't show up on back attacks. Wait, hang on. That might actually be clutch. We no longer have the slow runner in our party. Just try and make the best out of a situation, Boyle. It'll be fun. Unless you go to Costco, in which case it's not going to be fun. That's just how she goes. Wait, does that mean you are going to Costco? Why do I hate Costco? It's not Costco that I hate, it's the people at Costco that I hate. There's no sense of urgency or direction. Everyone gets in your way and everyone's the most important person to themselves. Have a little bit of self-decency and think of others. What the frick? Anyways, that is my thoughts on Costco. Come on, Gao. We're on a time limit here. That's kind of the T. I don't know that. So true, bestie. How's it going? Good so far. I don't think we can get pincered on the next one. So we're not gonna get pincered, and we got 2 preamps. I am a happy duck. Time for more Youpin. We have to get through Kefka and Narsh and the other scenarios, and then Kefka and Narsh, but we're close. Ish. Another 35-ish minutes, give or take. And away we go. Sabin, I said we go. Two preamps? No back attacks, no pincers? We did have a back attack with the bomb, but the bomb killing Cyan probably actually saved us time. This? No. Going through the South Fig Cave I find is the most stressful part. Just for that one thing that, Rick. I don't know how me going up, and then holding right always ends up getting a down input. Should save like 30-ish seconds here. All right, robot. What attempt of steal are you thinking? So I'm thinking 0. Oh, it's actually real. With glitchless, you're trying to go for... with glitchless, I'm not unhappy with the second try. Anything more than second try, you're doing worse than what it should be, because it's like a 48% chance to steal. So I'm like, all right, not gonna get first every time. But when you start getting like, it's about a 10-second loss each attempt. You start getting to like 5, 6, 7. But anyways, the joke is that we don't actually do the steals in this category. We just skip all of that completely. Oh, fake preempt. Why make me look stupid? Because you blamed me for wanting to speedrun. I can't do any more damage to your own public image. One, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Arm, it's the same stream. Here, I'll do a steal for you. There you go. Yeah, we don't bother grabbing Celeste at all in this one. No reason to. I know that getting that elixir down and out of the way isn't like tough at all. It visually feels more impressive than it is, but I like just like rip down, rip up and do it during a smoke bomb animation. How are we gonna save Sid though? Oh no! I didn't think of that. So after we do all of this and hopefully don't die on Kefka, then we get to do that 15-minute walk back to get to Gao, and hopefully we don't have 7-ish back attacks again with like no preempts. And hopefully we find Gao relatively quick, and then hopefully when we go into South Fagaro Cave, I hit that frickin' yoop so we can actually maybe do something more than just the Kefka and Arch section. Because believe it or not, I don't really like this part of the game, to be perfectly honest. Even casually I didn't. Let me play post Kefka and Arch, dang it. But we're playing no sketch. So we don't get to play post Kefka and Arch anymore. We get to go and do herp and derp for a little bit, and then the game's done. So what we need to do first is make sure we get to Arvis's house. That is the MO right now. I'm just gonna set him to health. Okay, bro. Mario RPG. Never. Not gonna. I shouldn't say never, but. No, seriously, whose mouth did I poop in? to get this many 1 in 60 back attacks. At the very least, like 7% or less back attacks. There's been far too many. Thank you. I'm about to put FF6 on the Epstein files here pretty quick. Ah, the game is not calling my bluff. I can't even get mad about the, like, it's an RNG thing with that 4-frame thing, by the way. That is just a pure skill timing thing. It's tight, it's kind of rough, it's kind of awkward, but... All right, let's get that prediction in. Actually, no, not yet, but... Yeah, we'll do it right now. All right, do we hit the 4-frame trick? Oh, I can write down that emote thing now. Kind of want a falling over dead. Oh, I know who. Die. Die. What do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 11 emotes that I have for ideas. 6 of them are static, 5 of them are animated. Bro, I was just talking about how a chick washing my hair for getting a haircut made me feel uncomfortable. I don't think we're seeing me on that. Thank you for sharing that, Papa. Thanks, Pete. If you ever run Final Fantasy VI, make sure it's never this category. It isn't fun, but it's still soul sucking. So when you finish it, you ever do a run, Pete? You might have actually. You ever do a run where, say you actually like had a good run and it finished, and after you're done, you don't feel elated or happy at all. You just feel somewhere between dead inside and absolutely nothing. So you're like, wow, what a garbage run. Not the time, just the run itself. That's what this is. But why do I keep doing it? Because there's time on the table. I can't leave that much time on the table. You know, just need that one more. How did your 7 run finish, by the way? Now that I was thinking about it. Nice. At least you can go with that and be like, ah, that's RNG. The way that this run is more than likely gonna die is I have a spot shortly after we get Gao again where I have to push up on the D-pad and then down within 4 frames. And if I don't, the run is dead. I think I was kind of talking about that yesterday, actually, now I think about it. You need to hit up and then down within frames 3 to 6 to be specific. Which isn't the worst, it's just you gotta get through all this BS first. Okay. 19. So to get to 20 or 45, we need to get 26 bombs. Palm soft lock. Is that with that chocobo going through the mountain thing? Like that thing that was found, whatever that was. Was that a couple years ago already? Is that trick that old already? Is that one though? Okay, yeah, okay. So the reason why this run is so fun, and I keep talking about it all the time, is we have played the game minus a couple of glitches kind of as per it should be played. Now for the next 15 or so minutes, we are going to walk through all of the parts that we've already done so that we can get back to the Veld, so that Gao can leap on the Veld, so that we can find Gao again, hopefully within 3 or less encounters. Words, think of your words. So that we can set up the Gao camera glitch. And then with this glitch active, I can't buffer any movement while I'm inside of a cave or a town, or else I will go ripping off of screen and that'll be a hard lock. Some other rules with this Gao camera glitch would be, depending on which direction you're talking to an NPC, sometimes you hold A, sometimes you need to make sure you are completely stationary before you talk to them, depending on if you're talking to them from the bottom or from the right. I haven't noticed anything from the top yet, but I'm sure this would be the run to find something else out. You don't want to use turbo when you're talking to them because that can cause some issues. That's another thing we need to look out for. You need to make sure that when you have this camera glitch active and you are inside of a zone that isn't the overworld, you cannot be getting any encounters, which is why we need to force the encounters before we go into the cave so that we can get by without any encounters. Otherwise, the Gao camera glitch will revert itself back to normal. Then we also need to make sure that we do all of our setups properly for each one. Each one has a slightly different setup. Sometimes you go up and you go down, sometimes you go left and you go right, sometimes you hold A and let off, sometimes you don't. Then you also have that 4-frame one like we're talking about. It's awesome. I have not done New Game Plus. Honestly, that'd probably be more fun. I'd rather die to brachiosaurs over and over again than... It's not complicated. It's just that so many of these runs where I have got past that 4-frame glitch, I didn't know about all of these little rules. So I had runs that were decent. We got up to that point. I'm like, all right, we can finish. And then I learned about all these different rules that caused all of these little hard locks. So not that I really want more people to run it, but Niram has a bit of a guide, and I was gonna be like, hey, we should probably write down all of these things that can happen so that when someone finally gets through that stupid cave, they're not just immediately dying somewhere. Do you know how hard it is to not buffer? And by buffer movement, I don't just mean when the screen fades in or fades out. I'm talking about like if I'm going left and then I have to go up, I have to make sure that I don't buffer that up input lest we hard lock. Nice math, bro. But none of that matters until we get to the Velt and we get Gao. No. The hard lock is I get shot out of bounds because we do a lot of out of bounds shooting with this thing. And I just end up in a spot where either I'm not supposed to be or I just can't move. All I can do is make my pivot or my character pivot in whatever little part of the wall that they're in. And all of this will happen in 12-ish minutes. I've always thought soft lock is if you can move, but you just can't interact with anything. So I've always said hard lock because I can't move. Okay, are you on? Okay, you're on spot one. Now, the last time we did this walk, the odds of getting a back attack, especially with someone dead, are very, very low. I'd have to check the thing again for each encounter, but we're talking like 6-7% or less. And we had like 6, 7, or 8 of them on this walk last time. And how many premiums did we have? Like like 2 or 3. Lion, if you enjoy some good Schadenfreude, look at the last run that made it to this point and just click your way through each encounter. Statistical anomaly. The site is down for me to actually check what the odds are, but what I really hope is we get to walk through Mount Quilts again with someone poisoned. That was my favorite. Lion, actually, Lion knows me probably better than most people here. Lion, why do I just keep going for this one more? Does that extra little time save really matter? Why do, the answer is yes, but why does it matter? This is the one that poisoned us last time, by the way. Why did it poison us? Because we got a back attack. Anyways, there's 3 minutes remaining on the prediction on if we lose the run to the 4-frame trick. Smart Money says yes, because I never seem to clutch up when it actually matters, apparently. They call me Austin Matthews, boy! For those of you who don't know what that joke means, if you are a fan of the Toronto Maple Leafs, one of their top scorers and star players is really good during the regular season generally, except for when it starts to come down to clutch time where you need to, like, I don't know, maybe pull the team through and actually be a real star. Homie turns into Casper the Ghost. Where did he go? I don't know. That is the joke. Don't care. It's a good thing I didn't ask then. Isn't Denault with an E? Oh man, I have Worlds Collide movement right now. Okay, no. Okay, so we've been doing a little bit of Worlds Collide. The community has been really nice and everything. That being said, I like to throw a little bit of shade, and while their routing and their fights are much better, boys, we gotta work on our movement a little bit here. I need more curse. Is that what I need? Okay. Yes, mommy. Honey, it's time for your dick stomping again. Yes, dear. I miss Alfredson. He's on the bench every night, bro. Also, same. Can we just get Pizza Line and Carlson on this roster? Oh, he changed it up on me. 1 Canadian-sized goose. Okay, I'm taking on the human-sized goose because think of the legends, think of the tales the bards will sing upon. Well, really, any one will be a meme, the other will be a legend. Lion, have you seen this run at all, really? I would completely understand if you said no, I try to avoid it, because I'd be like, yeah, no, that makes sense. Unfortunately, okay. These save resets are to get us onto the seed that we want to be on for the next little bit of this run. It also puts the NPC value to known value where I can just hold down and we only get 2 encounters on this river. Holy Angel will be the only one who's ran the current rendition. All right, we're definitely going to frick up this glitch now. This is too many preamps. It's pretty much the same until... Opera changes up a little bit. Some of the zoops and stuff are a little bit different. I think it might have actually changed here. I feel like there's less, or there's no save resets. I haven't really paid attention to it because I'm just trying to think of ways to try and make this somewhat better for actually finishing into 4, 5, 6. And that one has less room for error as far as end game movement. Which does not sound ideal after going through 4 and 5 and then somehow getting through South Fig Cave. It's existed since Tina's ran it. Bro, I'm not doing anything for a while. I'm just walking. What do you want to talk about? How about those bolts, eh? Frickin' Red Wings, am I right? No, I got like 4 minutes of just walking and looking for gal, bro. Hashtag best run, am I right, kids? You're a Wings fan? All right, I'm gonna have to ask you to get out. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, but actually. After last night, so Kutan is Celeste, and she never turns into Celeste. We will get the Celeste sprite, but will always be Kutan because we have never touched the guest flag at all. Which fan bases would I not tell to get out? Everyone, okay, there's only one team in the Atlantic I don't. No, it's not true. There's 2 teams in the Atlantic I don't mind until the Sens are playing them, then I absolutely hate them. I don't mind the Bolts. And I have pity for the Sabres, except for the Sabres have the Sens number lately. So when we start playing them, then I'm like, all right, suck a dick. All the other Atlantic teams, I absolutely hate them in their entire fan base. Nope, Sabres are gonna lose tomorrow. Hey, Franful, thanks for the good luck. Not all of the characters. Terra and Locke don't have Moogles. Not the Panther. That's bait. That's bait right there. Hey Lion, how do we feel about the Panthers, eh, bud? Pour one out for Hagel, am I right? I don't mind Avs. They're chill. They're also not in my conference. That being said, the only team on the other side, now Vegas, because of their life choices. Oilers are up there. Dallas is slowly crawling up there because I didn't realize how much of a skis Rantanen actually is. All right, so to set up this glitch, we make Gal leap, we put Locke into the first position, which is where Gal is supposed to be. Now we need to find him. We need to find him in 3 or less encounters, lest the run die. 5/8 chance for him to show up. Huzzah. Now, in case anyone's wondering, we don't get excited. This is not a point we get excited on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. All right, this is where I need to make sure I do not buffer my movement. Because if I do, I go flying off of screen. Because as you can tell, obviously the camera is not linked to me. You can open up your menu and like find out where you are, but that obviously is just slower. But this is where I can't hold up and then like as I'm about to turn right, hold right as I'm still going up a little bit, because that counts as a buffered movement and we go flying off of screen. And if you've been running this game for a while, especially glitchless, you'll learn that you hold the direction on wherever you know you need to go. Like, here's an example. Right here, I would be holding up right now because I need to hold up, but I can't do that. And I have to fight every little bit in me to not do that. When we get into Nakia? That's Nakia, right? When you get into Nakia, there's like a slow fade in, and you have to, I will wait an extra bit of time because I've gone to a point where I thought it fully faded in, and then I pushed up, and it turned out that we had not fully faded in yet. So we will wait. Right here. Yeah, that's the spot where you need to make sure you don't buffer any of your up, down, left, rights movements. Do you see how many little corners there are to go around? This one I'll wait on as well because I'm just not risking it right now. We're going to be playing pretty low risk for things that I can. I don't know what NWO is. So now we need to force 4 encounters before we get into South Fagaro Cave. This is just for the whole encounter string thing, so that we don't get any encounters and lose our glitch through the South Fig Cave. Because we want to do is we want to take this glitch all the way. Well, we want to go through South Fig Cave, go through the Fig Castle, get a Chocobo, and then go to Jador, and then we need to take it to get into the basement of Jador. So that is Rhinotar 1. We need to force 3 Rhinotars. This is Rhinotar 2. I have seen that what speedruns look like as an NPC. And this is Rhinotar 3. All right, so the first zoop or yoop, whatever you want to say, the first one is easy. It's the next one that is the 4-frame trick. All for this one I do is I hold A while pushing up, and then I push down, letting go of A. So right now we are ripping through a whole bunch of these maps, not having any control. I'm holding the menu button. By the time we get the menu, that's when we have control again. We are going to end up at the front of the thing here. Now I'm holding right. If we hit frames 3 to 6, eventually we will go through a door. We did not, so GG's. That is the end of the run. Thank you guys for coming into my stream. I appreciate each and every one of you, and we'll find our raid now. You know what? Give me a sec, actually. I'll show you what that actually looks like, because I apparently don't know how to hit it. Where are you? All right. This one? That seems quiet. What happened? Didn't hit the frames. That's why I don't get excited about anything. The frick? Hang on. There we go. All right, so this is the spot. Oh wait, we already took those off. I have to hit up and then down, and the time that I hit up to the time I hit down, I have to hit down between frames, or on frames 3, 4, 5, or 6. Which I apparently just don't know how to do anymore. That's gonna be late. I remember when I used to have runs where I didn't just lose because I didn't hit the button fast enough. Yeah, now I just can't do it anymore. Excellent. What did I hit? Okay, I'm gonna do it like this just for muscle memory, because I don't like... I'm gonna speed it. Okay. So this is where we're supposed to end up. So let's do that again. I'm holding right. Actually, I'll hold menu and I'll show you where we kind of end up. Assuming I get it right. You end up here. So the reason I hold right is because then you just hit this door frame here. And then you go about your day. Don't worry, it's the only thing I practice in this run, and it's always the thing I fail. So that's a success. I bet you that's too fast. Yeah. If you end up in that spot, you hit frames 1 to 2. That's going to be too slow. So you can end up here. Then you can just go on a merry little walk if you wanted. I didn't know that this happens. So I'm just gonna do this until I get like 10 in a row or something. I don't know. So this is the... I don't exactly know what this all is. Actually, don't even know what happens if you... Oh, you just can't go out the door. Okay. That's why we have to do this. So maybe... That's because only 2 other people have been dumb enough to run this, but they can actually get through this frickin' part. The only time I ever get through this part is if I know I'm gonna hardlock something else. Did I miss it? Sure did. Just for fun's sake. Okay, we got it. I'll show you kind of how the rest of this goes. So we still have this glitch active. Actually, since I have save states now. I'll show you what happens when you just hold up. That's what happens if I buffer my movement. I'll just like go up, down, or up, left, or something. Then we'll just... That would be a lost run, yeah. That would be a lost run. So that's why you have to go like this. Now for this spot, you have to hold A before you talk to him. If I don't hold A, I yeet off. This is the one where I was saying you have to make sure that you're doing one thing. But now, for this next one I'm going to talk to, if I hold A talking to him from the right, you can get an actual hard lock where the text box, I don't remember what it was. If the text box never shows up, their text box never clears. Like the rest of this part, I'm not worried about. Because it's just move normally and slow and blah, 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 blah. Let's see if I can actually activate this one. Like that. That was me holding A, and now... So that's why when you come into here, you have to wait till you're done moving and then do that. And after learning that I have to hold A for talking to the guy from the bottom, you would think, oh, I have to hold A there. So I've lost like back-to-back runs after getting through that freaking cave, which I haven't got past now in 4 runs of getting there. And this is why this run is so freaking annoying. You also here's some other stuff we may as well show. So we need to get to the top of Jador. If you go underneath this bridge, you go yeeting off. I learned that one the hard way. So what you need to do is go around. And you can open up your menu and stuff. Nice. And the whole reason we have this glitch, that when you go here, I gotta push up down really quick. So you get this. I'm just gonna zoop it ahead a little bit. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008. I'm holding right now, looking for this screen. And then I need this line up. Here we go. This line up. I'm holding A, push left, let off A, push right. Now I'm holding menu. We're yeeting. Now we get to here. I feel like that's not right. No, that's right. Now we are done with the gal glitch and I can do this. We're in the basement. So the reason we want to come to this basement is because of this timer. You'll hear this door just going clunk, clunk. So to steal this, we need to leave on the exact frame that it clunks, and it just so happens being on that tile and holding down with no sprint shoes, we'll take it. Now, I can't put my sprint shoes back. Oh no, wait, I can for this one. So I actually wanted to try this thing here. That's not the spot. Okay, it doesn't matter then. I'm not ruining my step route. We just don't have the steps for me to do sprint shoe stuff here, unfortunately. Now you'll hear we still have it. In this room, I can't put my sprint shoes on. I can't open up my menu or else we will lose it. But once we're outside of this room, we can. Now you'll see that there's gonna be some weird things happening. Not so much in this area. Inside this room, you will. If it goes clunk, we actually beat the clunk. I hate it, dude. I want to play the game, but I just need to get through that freaking 4-frame trick. At least I don't need to worry about my movement anymore. But now we need to come to, oh, we're gonna wait. We want to talk to the impresario, who is just the door. That's the door that's making that happen. We're just gonna yeet through this. We're gonna yeet through the boring stuff. I know it's the opera, but like we can go through this really fast. So now that we have the Jador timer, we also want to take the opera timer, because we want to dive with the opera timer to kill bosses and such. So what we're gonna do first is, I need to fail this. We're gonna go back in. Impresario is there. So we get to try the opera once again. Hubby. Oh, it's snowing. Now we're gonna do the opera properly. If you can't tell from how comfortable I am with the speed up, it's because I've done this 11 billion times. Now, one thing that this timer does is it doesn't make Draco disappear. This is when I learned you actually have way more time than I initially thought in the opera, but it's worrisome every time. Alrighty. Now we are going to get this thing sitting there. But we're going to talk to the impresario again. Now when I go down here, we also have a letter here. So we have spawned 2 letters. Okay. The second letter will come into play later on. But now we have this timer, and you're not supposed to be able to leave the opera with this timer. However, because of this Jador timer, you can just kind of leave. I'm doing this all off of memory. I closed my notes, so we'll see if I frick anything up. Oh yeah, this is still when I was doing practice with just having those tents higher up. Resolution's weird? Yeah, it's just... Game, I already lost. You don't have to frick me over anymore. This is just emulator stuff. I'm not gonna super fix it. Now we grab another chocobo, and we're gonna make our way back to Figaro Castle. Now this is when the run really takes off, because what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait here until this timer goes down to about a minute. Luckily I can do this. Technically I go for about 45 seconds. I will do it about there. Now you need precise movement. Now I can actually buffer my movement, otherwise we're not gonna get this. We need to get, okay. Oh frick, where did I thought I stated that. That's why I took it so aggressively. I had a thought. Oh, you need to not bonk anything as you go into the basement, because then that makes it so that when you're walking past the guy who makes you not go into the basement, he gets glitched to where he doesn't want to stop you. I'm gonna remember to save state this. And we want to die to this timer, which is why we're letting it get nice and low. No, it doesn't matter. I could just yeet through it with... So you can just rip right past them. We are now in World of Ruin, technically, because we are in the basement of Figaro Castle. You'll see that we have 37 seconds before we die. That little timer in the bottom right, that's what that is. That's the timer. We're gonna fight tentacles. But remember when I said we don't actually fight anything in the end of the game? That is correct. We will, in fact, not do that. There's 9 seconds left. I'm just gonna sit here in my menu. We have now beat tentacles because we died, but it didn't say annihilated, so we get the credit for it. But once this cutscene is done, we will also die. There we go. So we will head back to the opera, right? Yeah. We're gonna save reset. In slot 2, I'm going to open up slot 1. And then we are gonna sit here in slot 2 like we are going to save. There we go. And we will die again. Now we will have Celeste in the party. Well, I think it's still Kutan, but she's here. I don't want to do any more opera stuff. I'm just holding up right now. She's gonna end up where she actually starts, which is up there. So you hold down to get the the letter, which is always fricked. We're gonna get the timer again. Nice little door shenanigans with that shimmy. This is wild. This isn't Final Fantasy VI. This is... It's something, that's for sure. But you'll see that her name is Kutan. She never got named, and she doesn't have runic or magic. It's just Kutan with the Celeste sprite. Where's the, I thought the encounter was quick. There we go. So we force the encounter. We're gonna go grab this chocobo once again. We're gonna go back to South Figaro Cave. Now we're gonna start setting up a little thing called coordinate storage. When you swap a character around, the game will remember where that character is. I don't need to do any save or anything, right? So we are gonna go and store Gao's coordinates right over in this part of Figaro Castle because it also shares with the top of Kefka's Tower. So the game's like, okay, he's there. Now, normally, you can't really swap it to a different party without that character being the person that it was last time. We're gonna head down to the basement because we got credit for killing the tentacles. It's gonna bring us back up. We are now in the world of Ruin. But we do not have an airship, which is a bit of an issue. So what we can do so we're gonna do a save reset, or not save reset. We're gonna do this. We're gonna hold tent and down. And this gets us a glitch that gets us the airship because we end up in a glitched room where if you hold down, you end up, I think it's just outside of, I keep wanting to say outside of Sealed Cave, but I don't think that's actually right. But now we have an airship, but we'll be back in the world of balance. So what's gonna happen is we are just gonna wait for this timer to run out. This 2.5 minutes that we still have, we're gonna let that run out. What this is gonna do is it's gonna be like, okay, you have an airship, you have World of Ruin access, because that's where we saved in the World of Ruin. Opening that door just makes it so that if you leave Figaro Castle on the same frame that the door clicks, you lose that timer. So that's just to prevent all of that. All right, timer runs out. So now you'll see, now we're kind of on the clock. But World of Ruin with an airship. So that whole coordinate storage stuff, you can prevent actually updating who the character lead is using the door timer, opening up your menu and changing your party members, or by changing your party members and then using a tent before you leave your party or before you leave the menu. We are gonna have people stored. Oh, I need to make sure I don't freak this up. We're gonna have people stored. So Gao right now, his coordinates are stored to the top of Kefka's Tower. There's another spot in Kefka's Tower that will be stored there, and we're gonna do... I'm actually not really sure how the Celeste Cyan party goes, but to be perfectly honest, 1, 2, 3, 4. So Celeste is still the party lead. It goes, wait, it should be Gao. Gao is now up here. Hang on, I'm gonna pause this actually, just because I see ads are coming in, and I just want to push them off a little bit. Give me another snooze. Give me one more snooze. Okay. All right, back to our shenanigans here. Where was I? I kind of lost my train of thought here. Okay, I see. That's where I am. So, you get sprint shoes. We're gonna do a save. Inside Kefka's Tower, we do have to survive 2 encounters. We are level 11 right now, so obviously that is not a livable level for the final dungeon. So you just kind of hope that you get the runaway. Now, it just so happens that this spot also shares a spot with the top of Kefka's Tower. Celeste ends up out here. This is the part that I don't really know how this all works, but Celeste ends up out here and ends up overtaking Cyan's party. So we are going to force an encounter and die. Yep, whenever you boys are ready. So now we're gonna swap you guys around and tent. Sabin is not the party leader, even though he should be. Cyan is stuck to the top of Kefka's Tower. Cyan does not become the party lead. Swap back to this party. And we should get all 3 up here. There we go. So also to finish off this bit, the game doesn't look to see if all 3 switches are pushed. They look to see if there are 3 parties on a switch. We're gonna do the same thing with the coordinate storage. Nice. One, 2, 3, 4. Gao should not be the party lead if we've done it properly. Sabin should not be the party lead if done properly. Now if we swapped, they're gonna fix it. All 3 parties are gonna be on top of that switch. And it's not that we have a party on 3 switches, we have 3 parties on a switch. And that's all it looks for. It actually even shares that with Phoenix Cave switches, I do believe, because I think one of the old routes used to just have someone be on one of those switches. That's a route that I never really played around with back in the old days, but... So you'll see that little timer in the bottom right. This is going to be the same thing as with Tentacles. When you go into a boss fight and you die, but it doesn't say annihilated, it doesn't count as you losing, because the only way to die in the fight and actually lose is if it says annihilated. Because you don't get that with this text inside of there, we are going to die to the timer inside the fight, and it's going to be instantly done. And because the game doesn't know what to do because the fight is done, but we didn't get annihilated, it gives you credit for the finish. I'm going to zoom through this a little bit. So I'm not going to push any buttons after the last text box. This should be the last text box. And that's it. But you don't get to do any of that if you don't get that 4-frame trick. And that's why that 4-frame trick is just it's the final boss. I will practice it again for another half hour or so that I can go into a run and not get it numerous times. Looking back at him, I think I need to be slightly faster. I tried to slow him down because before I was going too fast. Still GG? I don't know. I still have to do it again. All right, 1. Two. 3. I'm gonna do 10. We'll see what we can get out of 10. Okay, 3 for 4. Three for 5. Going too fast. 4 for 6. Probably too fast. 4 for 7. I think that's too fast too. 4 for 8. So I need to slow it down just a little bit. But that was too much slow down. 4 for 9. %. I'm gonna do it one more time. Best of whatever we get out of 10. 1 for 1. 1 for 2. 2 for 3. 3 for 4. That's too fast. 3 for 5. Too fast too, actually. Nope. 4 for 6. Slow. 4 for 7. 4 for 8. 5 for 9. 6 for 10. So 5 for 10 and 6 for 10 isn't very good when out of my past 4 runs, they've all failed here. So I have essentially failed the coin flip 4 times, which is not uplifting. But that's a me problem. I will just do this for a while. See if I can just keep it going. And then, like I said, I'm probably gonna do this tonight. It's already a fallacy. What do you mean? I mean, out of these odds, out of the first, we'll even say 3, I've got 2 for 3 or 3 for 3 out of those first 10. Anyways, it's yeah, good category. We'll do no 64 tomorrow, and if I don't somehow get a no sketch PB tonight or tomorrow night, we'll do no sketch again on the 24th. If you see that there's no sketch on the 24th, it's because we actually won the video game for once in our lives. Let's... Corn is a Red Wings fan, but Better than being a Bruins fan, am I right, kids? I'll see you tomorrow. Have yourselves a great day. Like I said, I'm gonna probably do this for another 100-ish tries. And if you guys are in Discord and you see me hanging around in the voice chat, feel free to pop in. At least I got to show you what's supposed to happen because I haven't lately. Lion, if you're bored, come yell at me or something, please. I need a voice of reason. Take care of yourselves, y'all.
This is skippable also.
Dude rated with 270